Yay! She's okay, guys. Pearls is okay. We can relax.
Friday, Cyberpunk 2077.
Damn, dude, that's my ride, dog. Damn, dog. No.
Monday, Eastward.
John's got ulterior motives. Maybe John is interested in something else. What do you think, huh?
Tuesday, a short hike.
It's good! You got me! Power. I'm lost. I'm a terrible liar. I am a woman! What is...
Wednesday, Stranger of Paradise.
Shit, guys. Going for it? No, not everyone's grudge, damn it. See? I shouldn't have gone for it.
Thursday, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Mr. Nick, that voice.
Oh my god! It's Pearls! Yay! She's okay, guys. Pearls is okay. We can relax.
Friday, Cyberpunk 2077.
Damn, dude, that's my ride, dog. Damn, dog. No.
Monday, Eastward.
John's got ulterior motives. Maybe John is interested in something else. What do you think, huh?
Tuesday, a short hike.
It's good! You got me! Power. I'm lost. I'm a terrible liar. I am a woman! What is...
Wednesday, Stranger of Paradise.
Shit, guys. Going for it? No, not everyone's grudge, damn it. See? I shouldn't have gone for it.
Thursday, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Mr. Nick, that voice.
Oh my god! It's Pearls! Yay! She's okay, guys. Pearls is okay. We can relax.
Friday, Cyberpunk 2077.
Damn, dude, that's my ride, dog. Damn, dog. No.
Monday, Eastward.
John's got ulterior motives. Maybe John is interested in something else. What do you think, huh?
Tuesday, a short hike.
It's good! You got me! Power. I'm lost. I'm a terrible liar. I am a woman! What is...
Wednesday, Stranger of Paradise.
Guys. All right, it's that time of the week, guys.
Go for it.
It's time for the thrilling conclusion of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, the trilogy. Specifically, Trials and Tribulations. And even more specifically, the final case. So how's everybody doing tonight? Hope everybody's having a good one. We're having a lovely Thursday. It's my Friday, pretty much, because I don't work tomorrow, so I'm pretty excited about that. That also means that we're going to make it through this gosh darn case. We got 3 segments of trial left. So usually we only do 2 per, one stream. 2 segments, 1 stream. So this is going to be 1 stream, 3 segments. So it's going to be a long one, just to let you know. I'm glad I didn't have to start late. I was a little bit worried I might have to. So. But yeah, let's go ahead and get going, shall we? Let's see. So last week, where we ended up was, let me see, what was the important things that we learned last week? Oh, I remember one of the big important things. But where did we start last week? Let me figure out where that was. We started with Phoenix finally taking the case back on because Phoenix came out of the hospital. While Phoenix was in the hospital, he was reading about the case that we got to do before this one, which was Mia's first case? I don't know. I don't know if it was her first one, but it was the first time or the only time she ever went up against Edgeworth. I think it may have been Edgeworth's first case, but either way, it was with Dahlia involving the whole gem heist thing. We don't need to rehash that all the way, but basically, that's what he was reading about in the hospital. I think it's because of the whole Dahlia thing, because we've seen Dahlia or a woman that looks exactly like Dahlia at the shrine, and so I think Phoenix is trying to do some more investigation into that. So then Phoenix, gets out of the hospital, and we start investigating, and the big thing that we need to investigate is what is the murder weapon, because the murder weapon at first was thought to be the Shishishito, but it wasn't. It was determined that it was not, because through the autopsy, it was found that the victim was stabbed and then fell 10 feet. And so for that to have happened, the Shishishito couldn't have been the murder weapon. And so the entire investigation last week was basically just to try to find the murder weapon. So in doing that, we met up with Gumshoe. Gumshoe said he was going to try to get the bridge working again so we can finally go see Maya. So after, some interviewing of a Bikini and maybe just Bikini. Oh, and Larry, I think. We ended up finally getting to go across that bridge. And once we did, we found Pearls. So Pearls was there. You saw it in the schedule promo. And she was okay, but she had some pretty interesting information. She wasn't totally forthcoming with it, so we had to end up unlocking some psych locks for her. But basically with Pearls, what we ended up finding out is that Pearls was supposed to be in Miss Dunim's room that evening, but instead she had gotten some sort of letter, and we figured out that the letter was from her mother. We did determine that. And the letter had given her some specific instructions to do in order to, I don't know what Pearls thought she was doing, but her mother told her, gave her these instructions to do, and one of the instructions was to burn. No. Oh, what was it? It was. Oh, to roast. That's what it was. That was the word. To roast the master gravely, or gravely roast the master, or something like that. It was gravely and roast were the 2 big things. But basically, she was trying to say to kill the master. Because so just to illuminate a little bit what was going on there. So, Pearl's mother is the sister of the current master of the Korean village technique, right? So there's the main branch family, which always follows the master, and the master is usually the eldest daughter of the previous master. So Maya, her mother, Misty Faye, is the current master, even though she's been missing for a decade or something like that. And so Pearl's mom wants to basically kill off Misty's family so that she can become the main branch family, and then her daughter, Pearl, can become the master of the Korean technique. And now Pearl is very strong in her spirit of powers, apparently, and everything like that. But anyways, that's why she gives Pearl this letter, because what she wants Pearls to do is she wants Pearls to go to the training area right as the the lights out bell rings, and then she was supposed to channel a specific person, and then as that person, she was supposed to then roast the master gravely or whatever. Pearls tried to do that. She didn't know who the person was, but she had a picture of them, I think is what she was using. And it turns out we know who she was trying to channel. She was trying to channel Dahlia, because we found out that Dahlia, the actual Dahlia, was executed just a couple of months ago because she was in prison for that court case that she was in for, that Mia had sent her there for, I think. So Pearls tried to channel Dahlia in order to become Dahlia, for Dahlia to commit yet another murder of Maya. So that's what happened, though, was Pearls tried to do it, but she couldn't. And so Pearls thought she lost her powers, and she was really upset about it. And so because she couldn't actually channel them, she tried to still complete what the letter said to do. But she didn't quite understand because she's not very good at reading. And so she thought that roast gravely meant like the gravy that they had on the roast that night, because they had roast with gravy that night at the for dinner at the shrine. So in her little kid brain, it made sense for her to take the gravy over to the site and then smear the gravy all over the picture of Misty Faye, who's the current master, right? So that's all Pearls did. So it basically sounds like she almost became the murderer, and she almost murdered Maya, which would have been really scary. But anyway, so that's what we know about Pearls. That's pretty interesting. We also, in that process, obviously learned that Dahlia is dead, and that was pretty interesting. And also during that process, we obviously learned that Dahlia has a twin sister, and her name is Iris. So here's how that story goes. So apparently Iris and Dahlia are twin sisters, and they are actually the daughters of, what's her name? Amy Faye. And I think her name's Amy Faye, isn't it? Either way, Pearls' mom. So Dahlia and Iris are actually Pearls' sisters, and she has no idea. So that was pretty crazy. So apparently she became, okay, hold on. Let me try to get this straight. So Misty Faye became the leader of the Courier team, the master, right? And so her sister, Pearl's mom, was now a branch family, so she wasn't like super powerful within her village or anything like that. And apparently the man she had married expected her to become the main branch, but because she wasn't, he was like very put off by that. But they already had twin daughters, and so what he did, because he was so like, I guess, upset with her not becoming the main branch family, is he took those two daughters and left her. And they were so young that they didn't actually even, I think, know who their mother was, I guess, or something like that. They were like babies. Anyway, so they were raised completely away from the Korean village. They don't even know their face. You know what I mean? Because they're Hawthorns as far as they know. But the another thing that happened was, okay, so Dahlia and Iris are both, being raised by their father. Their father marries another woman who has a daughter already. Which we know as the victim from that cop that died in the heist or whatever that Dahlia and her sister, were putting on. So because his new wife already had a daughter, he decided to take one of his daughters, Iris, and give her to the shrine, because he couldn't take that many kids, I guess, whatever the reason. Anyway, so that's why Iris doesn't have the last name Hawthorne. She's just Iris as far as we know, but she might as well be Iris Faye. And then Dahlia was Dahlia Hawthorne, the daughter of the gym owner, guys. So that's how they all kind of seem to like separate people, but they all come from the same place. So that's pretty crazy. And so that means that Pearls was trying to channel her own sister, her own dead sister, that she didn't even know was her sister. Nor did she know she was, well, she must have known she was dead, right? I guess because she was trying to channel her, so never mind. Anyways, so yeah, all of that was really crazy. So that's basically what's all about with Iris and Pearls. But some of the other things that we found were, we went to go see Maya, right? Because Maya was training in the training hall. So we go in there to try to save Maya. And lo and behold, there's like these trick locks on the door inside the training hall that weren't there before. And there was only one at first, but then somebody came in and added like 4 more. So now there's like 5 of them. And so as the case was when we left, Iris was over there trying to get them open. But the thing about these locks is that they have a very specific way of being opened, and so whoever and there's like hundreds of different ways of opening them apparently, because they're trick locks, right? So whoever set the lock knows how they set it, and so they're the only person who should be able to undo it. And so Iris is, you know, they're trying to figure out how to undo it. And so Maya is still trapped in the cave, and we're really worried about hers, but we don't know what happens to Maya. It's basically the bottom line with Maya. That's where she's at. But the last piece that we discovered last week was we were with Gumshoe looking at the crime scene, and we were observing, I think we had a metal detector, right? We were using a metal detector to try to find the murder weapon, and then we ended up going over the staff that the victim had, Elise Dunim. And it turns out that that staff inside of it, it was actually a sword cane. So it actually has a sword inside of it. So you can take the top of the staff off, and then you have a sword. So we believe now that that is the murder weapon. So that's pretty interesting. But one of the big reveals out of all of this, I think it's a pretty big reveal, is that we found out that Elise Dunim is actually Misty Faye. Pretty crazy. So apparently Elise Dunim was Maya's mother this whole time, and Maya didn't even recognize her. There was a moment when Maya said that she doesn't even remember her mother's face, so that kind of makes sense now, because she looked her mother in the face and didn't even realize it. But yeah, it was pretty crazy. So for some reason, I don't think we've actually figured out the actual reason Missy was at this shrine, and she ended up being killed, I guess probably by the ghost of Dahlia. And the reason why I believe that is because Pearls tried to channel Dahlia, and we know Pearls can channel people. She's really strong with her spirit power. She's done it before. So because she couldn't channel Dahlia, there was only one real reason why that could be, and it's because somebody else already has. Because she's not available. You know, she's busy. So that means that somebody channeled Dahlia and must have killed Elise Dunim. That's my thought. I mean, either way, we know someone was channeling Dahlia, and we know that Elise Dunim died, and we know that Elise Dunim is also Misty Faye. And so there's a lot of motive there for Dahlia. And I guess Iris wouldn't really know. It doesn't seem like she knows. She's aware of all that stuff. I don't even know if she knows she has a twin. Did we talk to her about that? I don't remember. But yeah, I'm kind of suspicious now. A little bit of Bikini, I guess. Just as Isidore has always said. And multiple people. Sylvia as well, I think. Because I think she's kind of the only person remaining that could have channeled her, unless somehow Maya did. You know, wouldn't it be crazy if Maya channeled Dahlia, like on accident or something? I don't know, because it seems like those are the only two people that could have channeled Dahlia up there. The only person that may have known to channel Dahlia really should have just been Pearls, because I don't know that anybody else knew of Dahlia's existence. Or the fact that she was dead at that time. I think Iris had heard about it, so Iris could have known. But I want to say Iris said that she doesn't have spirit powers, but I don't know. So she could have done it, I suppose. She could have channeled her sister. I don't know. But anyway, that's all we know from last time. And now we're going into the court to for the final time for our final trial series. And I believe up on the witness stand will be Iris. I think Iris is going to be on the witness stand, but I'm not sure. But yeah, I guess without further ado, let's get going, shall we? Hopefully that recap made sense to you guys. It made sense to me. All right, let's go. Load the selected save data. Yes. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1.
Good morning! Oh, are you by yourself?
Morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya.
I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall?
No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange.
If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. I assume that's... Nope. Wrong person. I assumed it was Von Karma. It's Edgeworth, my bad. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard.
Francesca von Karma, what are you up to?
I know what you're thinking about. Francesca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. Oh, wait, I know what you're thinking, but Francesca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. It's Godot, isn't it? What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot. Francesca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. She's been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. Oh, that's awesome that Von Karma's out there doing that. Hell yeah. With the head nun's assistance, naturally.
And roll.
We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. Hey, what's up, Pop? How's it going, man? Welcome in, my good dude. How's your Thursday been? I've been playing the Edgeworth game on my phone. Oh, nice, dude. Getting ahead of me so you know what happens before I play it. I'm just kidding around. That's funny because that's what we're going to next. Very busy work day today for me. Oh, really? Yeah, it's the same for me, man. It almost got even busier, but luckily I lucked out. Well, I guess it depends on how you look at it. Because the engineer I needed to work with today was only available between 4 and 5, and then he turns out that he had something more important, so he couldn't work with me today, and so that meeting got canceled. So I almost had to work really late, but last minute I did not. Thank goodness. I'm sure it's one you would be going to next. Yeah, I'm trying to do them in chronological order, and as far as I've seen, chronologically, it would be Edgeworth from what I've seen on the internet. I think in release order it would be Apollo Justice, but in chronological order it would be Edgeworth Investigations. So Edgeworth Investigations is where we're going, which would be cool because I'm pretty sure we get to see Emma again. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure. Good to know. Hell yeah, dude. Faux show. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do chronologically as much as I can. I mean, chronologically, I should have started at the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles or whatever, I guess, because apparently you're playing like Phoenix's ancestor or something like that. I think you're playing another right, maybe, or something. Somehow Phoenix is connected to somebody in relation somehow, I guess, to it, but I'm sure it doesn't have that much story-wise to link, you know. Not as much as I assume Edgeworth Investigations will, because you're gonna see familiar faces, you know. We get to see, I assume, Gumshoe and Emma and, I mean, other people, I assume. Von Karma, maybe? Yeah, pretty excited for it, though. I actually already have everything set up so that I can play a DS game here. And I have it set to where my foot pedal will switch between the top screen, the bottom screen, and both screens. And so I'm pretty excited to try all that out. Hopefully I'll have a pretty good presentation of it on the stream. So, yeah, I'm pretty excited. All right, here we go. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fear-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. It's nice to have Edgeworth say that we're, first of all, we have capable hands, and second of all, he called us partner. Hell yeah. This one's to you, Edgy.
I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Dunim, no, I mean Miss Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after.
I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Man, I'm excited to see what the fucking outcome of some of this shit is, dude. It's crazy, man. Like the woman flying over, like on fire or whatever. What the hell's that going to be about? And honestly, one of the things I'm most interested in is how did the crime scene end up looking like that? With the statue holding the sword down into her back. How? How would that have happened? All right, February 10th, 10 o'clock a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. There he is. There's Godot. You son of a bitch. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. I don't know, we're sweating already. Your Honor? What are you? Who? Me? Oh yeah, because we had the other guy, right? But now we're back to the old judge again. Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in a blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor.
So they're brothers. That explains a lot.
I mean, kind of, but his brother is a hardcore Canadian and he's not? That's kind of weird. Maybe they'll cover that. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we in the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Only hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant.
Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first?
Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. I feel like they shouldn't be allowed to like squeeze a confession out of her just before, but I mean, again, this is anime world and everything is like accelerated. It seems like they would have done that like days prior, not right before, right? Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something that you wish to confess to?
Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's all right. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dunim?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place.
Oh no, Iris, are you kidding me? Is that real?
After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it.
What? Yeah, what the fuck, dude? Order in the court, order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct.
What?
3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat.
Ha! Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. What a stupid thing to say, Godot. That's funny. Isn't that right, Mr. Trait?
Yeah, that Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie.
Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions?
Iris was covering for someone. Ugh. Now I'm definitely up a creek without a paddle or a life jacket.
Hey, Stella, welcome in. Oh, and there's the lovely Emma. Oh, yeah, that was a good one. What's up, Stella? How you doing? How's your day been?
I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey!
Huh? So she was trying to protect Maya? By taking Maya's dead mother and staging the crime? So is she trying to say that Maya did it? Did Maya channel Dahlia? That would be crazy. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? Only stopping to say hi, tackling a project with Renee. Hope you have a great stream. Oh, right on. Well, I hope the project goes smoothly for you and Renee. You guys have a good night. Thanks for stopping by to say hi, Stella. Oh, I see how you still have that prediction from yesterday. I guess I can end that at some point. Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you knew the name of the murderer.
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
That's ridiculous! Maya could never do... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction.
It's funny, like, this is the 4th time Maya's accused of murder. I think this makes it 4 times now, I think. Oh my gosh, dude. How many times? Maya, we just need to lock you in a padded room. She's like not even trying, and it happened.
I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff.
Mystic Elise struck Mystic Maya?
While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved to deliver the fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
Interesting. So it was in self-defense.
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal.
Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it.
Yeah, that's okay. That's interesting. I forgot about that aspect. Yeah, she shouldn't have been able to see it because she said she was in her room the entire night, right? There's Alpha. How's it going, man? Yeah, I can hydrate for you, bud. How you doing, dude? You know, if you ever want to, I do have one that's called Say Hello. You can always use that one to say hello if you want, instead of just going hydrate right away. But hey, I appreciate the hydrate. I'm not saying anything against that. But how you doing, Alpha? Good to see you, bud. Now, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. The real murderer.
I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden.
Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the Inner Temple. Did she now? Too bad for you, what she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the Inner Temple's training hall. What does that matter? A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. But I mean, we use evidence like that all the time. I guess we can't use it as evidence, right? It would just use us to then influence us then to press on that point, right? Because I don't know, I think it does beat a douche here. Because just because it was in her testimony yesterday and she's changing it today doesn't mean we can't still address the fact that it's changed. Right? But I feel like always the prosecutors do this because they're all petty. So what are you gonna do? What do you have to say, witness?
I just couldn't tell him the truth at the time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she?
Huh?
I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder.
There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden?
Well, Your Honor, I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff.
You're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean, Miss Faye?
Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse.
What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear.
This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute.
What happened after that?
While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved to deliver a fatal strike.
She moved to deliver a fatal strike?
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
Wait a minute! What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger, huh?
And Elise Dunim tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye?
Yes, exactly.
Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from our client, Lawyer Boy?
Do I have a problem with Iris' testimony?
I mean, I feel like I do because of the whole staff thing. There is one thing, because the staff, she said she threw away the staff and reached in for the dagger. That couldn't have happened because the staff was the dagger. So, I don't think that's quite right. There's one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add to your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
But hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Grimps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. You're not a judge, Godot. Shut the fuck up, man. Delusions of grandeur over here. You don't fucking own this courtroom. Fuck you, dude. Go drink your coffee somewhere else. Okay, now, let's continue. He's done with his little fit. Throwing, kicking, and screaming.
They threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe.
She threw her staff away?
Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon.
It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff.
Sister Iris, let me make sure I got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff? Yes, that's what I saw.
Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, it's odd, all right.
Mr. Galice attacked Mystic Maya with a dagger, I'm sure of this. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon.
We'll come back to it. We'll press on that.
And then? Mystic Maya, she turned things around and then she used a weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike.
That just doesn't sound like Maya, to be honest. I cannot imagine Maya doing something like that. Witness, are you absolutely certain?
Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something...
Maya Fey's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead. Yes, I see.
This is bad. I still can't put the pieces together. Unless I find a contradiction in her testimony, Maya's going to be blamed for this.
I only have to say, I only had this to say. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
So you're saying Maya Fey was the one who stabbed Miss Elise Dunim? Sister Iris, is that really what you saw?
Yes.
Tisk, 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 right? If your mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions, the only way to get rid of them is to drink them down quick. Like this! I know that's supposed to be a metaphor, but I don't get it. There's only one thing you need to get, right? It's called evidence. Now hurry up, before my next cup gets cold.
What does that mean? Is Godot waiting for me to point out the contradictions? I'd like to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, but I think it might actually hurt our standing with the judge. First, I need to pick her testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts. I don't know why Iris would tell a story like this, but there are two things I noticed that just don't add up.
Okay, so it's definitely got to be the whole sword cane thing, right? Still stumbling, just gonna move to deliver the fatal strike. She threw her staff away and pulled the dagger from her robe. This has to be what I pushed the staff on. It's time to reveal the hidden weapon. Present. This, the victim's staff, has a sword hidden inside. No one knows this except me and Detective Gumshoe. So present! Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events.
Huh?
Mr. Nim throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
But all you can do with a staff is hit someone.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword.
Ah!
If Elise Nim really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Yeah, what do you say to that, huh? Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, right? I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well, then where's the fucking dagger, Godot, huh? If the fucking murder weapon was a dagger, then where the fuck is it, man? You got no fucking murder weapon then, bro. How's the prosecution gonna fucking function without that, huh? Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony.
But there is something strange about this whole testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back this argument.
There, little bambina.
Little Bambina. Hey, Hoodie, how's it going, man? Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good one. What are you up to today? Hello, hello. Hopefully you're ready for some courtroom craziness, dude. It's already getting crazy up in here. Iris is trying to confess to covering up the murder. Hey, come on, girl. You're making our job harder.
Mr. Wright!
I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Nim would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Because she is the master of the Korean technique, and we only know that because of this? Born by Lisa Nim, found in the garden of the Inner Temple? It must be this. We're gonna try it, dude. I am played by me again. Nice, dude. How you liking it, dude? You think you're pretty close to being finished with it? You think you're pretty far in it? It's one I haven't picked up yet. I know Papa played it for a bit, but it looked really good. Do you recommend me trying it out, Hoodie? Should I pick it up? What do you think? I assume it's this. Well, Mr. Godot, if you ask me, the only thing that seems strange is the angle of Mr. Trite's index finger. Eh? Trite, sticking your finger in an electrical outlet might be safer for you. So I got it wrong, is that what you're saying? Otherwise, it might get bitten off next time you poke it in the wrong place. Ah! Yep, I got it wrong. Damn it. Oh, maybe it was a profile. Maybe it was Misty Faye's profile I needed to present? We could try that.
I still don't think that Mr. Nim would ever attack Maya. If you think about the relationship, it's obvious.
I thought that was gonna prove the relationship because she's the master. I guess that was too far away. Sometimes this game loves them when they're super far away and abstract, and sometimes it doesn't like that. I'll see if there's a profile for Misty Faye then. I have beat first big boss of 4, but spend a lot of time on side quests. Okay, right on. I recommend. I like graphics and the mechanics and stuff. Okay, cool. Lot to do also. Nice, cool. Sounds like a pretty good like adventure type game or something. Oh yeah, man. Why don't you think it over one more time? Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright!
I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Nim would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. I guess because we have the profile, right? We don't. We have to establish the fact that it's her mother. But I don't... What do I have that does that? Because we have to basically expose her for being Misty Faye. Huh. I know what we're supposed to prove, but I don't know how we're supposed to prove it. Oh, it says right here, real name Misty Faye. I just went straight over that. Maya's mother and master of the Korean chain techniques. Okay, so this should be what I post. Okay, because I just read the title and moved on. Okay, it has the right details, so this must be what we have to push. Check my phone here. I got a message real quick. Nice. Can I have a short recap? Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Okay, so you also said it's open world, many different endings. Oh, cool. Interesting lore also. Cool, man. Yeah, that definitely sounds right up my alley. Maybe I'll have to throw down on the old stream sketch, you know what I mean? All right, let's see. So I'll try to broad stroke it as much as I can. So you were here last week, right, Hoodie? How much do you want me to go over? Just what we've gone over today? Do you want me to go over a little bit from last week? Do you want me to go from the beginning of the case? You let me know. I want to make sure that you're up to date on what's going on. I want to make sure you know who this is and the significance of everything, even though it kind of says it on the screen a little bit. Just today, please. Okay, cool. So today what we've been doing is we've had, we just came into court, and just before we actually went into the courtroom, because we have Iris on the witness stand, we found out that Iris was being pressed for a confession by the prosecution, and the prosecution is now Godot. And so they basically got her to confess to something, and we didn't know what it was going in, but we knew that they were going to try to get her to confess to something. So we've come into the courtroom, and it turns out that she's confessing to have covered up the crime. So she confessed that what she did was she saw Elise Dunim, this lady here, try to attack Maya, and then Maya, defending herself, got her weapon from her, and then ended up killing the victim. And apparently Iris is saying that she witnessed all of that. And then in order to cover up for Maya, she took the body of Elise Dunim all the way back over to the temple and then placed her at the crime scene in order to try to save Maya's reputation. And the reason why she would do that, her motive for that, is because Maya is the master of the Korean channeling technique, because nobody knows that Misty is alive. Because Misty went missing like 14 years ago or something. Some crazy amount of time like that. But it turns out that Elise Dunim was Misty Faye. So that was Maya's mother. And so she's trying to say that Maya's mother tried to kill her own daughter, and that her daughter had to kill her in self-defense. So that's where we're at right now, is trying to point out to Iris that there's no way that the victim could have been trying to kill Maya, and it would have been self-defense, because why would she kill Maya? There's no motive that we know of why the victim would try to kill her own daughter. So that's where we're at. But what we had just done was we tried to prove it a little bit, because she said that she threw the staff down and then got a dagger from her robe and then tried to attack Maya with that. But we tried to prove that wrong by saying, like, well, no, there's this staff. The staff that she was holding actually was a sword. So there was no reason for her to pull a dagger out. But then Godot did his stupid prosecutor bullshit, and that wasn't good enough. So now we have to say, like, okay, well, that aside, she still wouldn't attack Maya because it's her daughter. So that's where we're at. So if you have any other questions, though, you let me know. It's getting a little bit warm in here for me, so I'm going to go turn the AC up. I'll be right back. There we go, that should help. Alright, so we're gonna present this. And that better be it. Okay, the music went away, okay. Elise Dunim would never have attacked Maya Fey.
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name is not Elise Dunim. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey?
No! Not Mystic Misty Fey.
Who is Misty Fey? Is she related to? Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Thank you, that all makes sense? Hell yeah, that's awesome, buddy. Thank you for confirming that for me. And you're very welcome. Happy to do it.
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Dunim actually the great Mystic Missy?
There's no doubt about it.
Looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hasn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would be doing such a thing. That's right. What do you think about that, Godot? Take that! Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have been presented, 1, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and 2, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Yeah, it seems pretty made up, perhaps by the prosecution, I wonder who would have the motive to make shit up like that, Godot? Who might have the motive there, bud, huh? Listen, There's nothing in this world that's impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes? What is this one little impossible thing? Huh. You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of the morning coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Hold on. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Okay, so he does have a murder weapon. Is that a dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. And so I assume you had the blood tested, and it's Elise, or Misty's, I guess. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Well, we did use the metal detector over there, to be fair. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? Was it actually sitting there somewhere? That'd be crazy if it was something we could have found. I doubt it, though. This dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree. Oh, so it's where we can't see it, obviously. Okay. Well, we only looked at it from one angle because we're great investigators like that. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ha! Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning. Just I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Well, I think he's already changing that. He said that he had taken his first sip of his 8th cup earlier. Now it's his 13th cup? You are gonna die of fucking coffee overdose. Yeah, there you go, exactly. I picked up on it for sure.
Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago?
I think Godot was committing perjury right now. He just said two things that contradict. I don't think we need to believe anything he says. If you can't even get that straight. I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that the blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Yeah, let's get that blood tested, dude. I have a feeling it's not gonna be fucking Misty's blood, man. Like, Godot better win on a good side. Oh yeah, Godot will be a great ally, but he's so annoying when he's against you. Godot's resting heart rate is 200 beats per minute, yeah. With this much, dude, yeah. Absolutely, it would have to be, dude. My god, he's gonna kill himself. Because I think partially, like, okay, so if we're taking Godot as being honest about that being his 13th cup, that means as she started her testimony, he drank his 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and then started his 13th cup while she was talking about her testimony the whole time. Just like, geez, dude. Like, what the fuck? You need to go to sleep earlier, Godot, and then you'll not need 17 cups of coffee, my friend. Just set that and maybe a go-to-bed alarm. Make sure you go to bed on time, and you'll be good. I bet he hasn't slept in years, dude. Dagger found behind a tree in the inner temple garden. The blood is being analyzed now. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we consider her testimony to be credible. I don't know that that's enough to consider it credible, to be honest. Because, like, the dagger could have gotten there for other reasons too, right? He's not drinking coffee, using IV straight into the veins, right? Yeah, he might as well be, dude. Shit. Just take some caffeine pills, man. Cute girls never lie. Ever. What? What? Are you kidding me, dude? Our entire last case was all about a cute girl lying, dude. Are you fucking kidding me, Godot? God, you sound so naive, man. Was this your first case? Snorts caffeine lines when he wakes up. Yeah, probably, dude. And him sleeping is probably just blinking.
In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor.
The battle.
Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. But then she dodged Mr. Galeek's next attack and stole her weapon.
Yeah, this is a weird image to see. What's the motive? That's the thing I can't understand, is what is the motive? Could it have been that Misty channel Dahlia? I mean, she would look like Dahlia here then, though, right? Because that's what they do. They always, like, take the form of the people they channel. So if she thinks she saw both these two people, then they must not have been channeling anybody, right? This just gets crazier and crazier, dude.
Suddenly, Mr. Galeek was on one side of... wait. Suddenly, Mr. Galeek was on one of...
Wait, was the one. Shit, why can't I read this?
Suddenly, Mr. Galeek was the one on the defensive, with her back onto the stone lantern.
So that's why Maya's name was apparently written on there? Why is it upside down, though?
That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mr. Galeek. Mr. Galeek managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
Okay, so she didn't write Maya on there then. Then how did that get there? Maya wrote her own name in blood? What's up with that?
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Why I oughta?
Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff.
Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this?
What do you mean?
Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle.
I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden's stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me.
So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck?
But then she dodged Mr. Galeek's next attack and stole her weapon.
What happened to the victim's staff then?
I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated.
That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger.
Mr. Galeek raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up.
Nothing sounds especially strange yet.
What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her?
Suddenly, Mr. Galeek was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern.
I read it just fine that time. What the fuck was up last time? You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim?
Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger.
I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly.
As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal.
I believe the correct description is a cornered fox is scared and petrified.
Your animal analogies have grown tiresome.
You were the one who started it.
Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim to the stone lantern, what happened next? Sorry about that.
That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mr. Galeek.
Like hell she did.
Are you absolutely certain that was what you saw?
Yes, I'm almost certain.
Almost?
The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who.
Oh,
What did she just say?
so in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. We know that Maya Fey was in the inner temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise to Nim. Isn't it fairly obvious that isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who?
I don't have anything to counter that yet.
Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony.
Because I think one thing that's weird is that Maya was locked in that chamber, in the training chamber. Because Bikini locked her in there and then handed off everything to supposedly Iris. So, how did Maya get out in the garden? Because she's supposed to be in the training cave or whatever that was locked with the trick lock. So I don't understand how that adds up. Maybe the timeline works out, but I thought she started her training at like 10, right? Didn't she get murdered like at 11 or something? Or a little bit before that?
Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground.
So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh?
Yes.
That's not what her autopsy says, right?
Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
It seems like a reasonable story at first. But there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone. That alone is impossible. Which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere.
Okay. So back to the stone lantern. This might be the moment when I can present. Okay, hold on. We'll save first. Because I'm thinking the autopsy report here. From stab in back. Because she just said she was stabbed in the front. So stab in the back is what we should be getting. There's Alpha with another hydrate. Appreciate you, my dude. Thank you very much. All right, let's see here. Am I confident about this? Body fell 10 feet after death. I think I'm pretty confident. Let's try it. The music's still going. Nah, damn it! How did it not, though? I mean, how else am I supposed to fucking say that? All right, whatever. Whatever. Fuck you, game. I thought that would say that's the contradiction, right? Because she says she stabbed her in the front, but she stabbed her in the back. Well, she was stabbed in the back. Because she never actually says she was stabbed in the front here. Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Fling the knife away, and then she collapsed. What about the name and blood of Maya? Is that possibly part of it? I just don't know when I would present that either. We're not gonna get another one of these, are we? That's not even a piece of evidence. It's weird that that's not evidence. Maya's name written in blood? That seems like that would be evidence. But okay. Fuck it, I'm getting a hint. Wait. I was completely fucking right, but what? Hold on. It says the fourth statement. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why couldn't it have been the last one? Come on. In this one, she actually says that her back is to the stone lantern, and I'm supposed to put her fucking autopsy report against this one that just says she was stabbed. But this one actually has the detail of her back was to the stone lantern. I just don't know why both of those wouldn't be acceptable here. So I think that's lame. Whatever. I was right. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris.
Huh?
Until now, I didn't think you were able to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions.
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Which is exactly what her last statement was. So why couldn't I push on that? I just why not? Why do you tell me I'm wrong when I'm not wrong? That son of a bitch.
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony.
What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
Ha, it's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You catch my drift?
Is that all you have to say?
That's funny, just keep it super simple. I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter. And now, she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach.
There certainly are some inconsistencies.
Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. Okay, regardless of if she couldn't see clearly, Godot, you can't just step in and be like, whoa, 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 my witness is only wrong because she couldn't see it. No, let the witness explain that. You don't get to do that, dude. You don't get to speak forward and be like, oh, she actually just saw it differently. Don't listen to her. She's crazy. This is what she saw. You weren't fucking there, dude. Like, it's such a scummy, disgusting way of being a prosecutor, dude. All the prosecutors do it, man. What the fuck's up with that? A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when the acolyte is in the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit.
I did wonder what the stone lantern was there for.
Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light the stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Most enlightening.
Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. No, it hasn't, dude. I don't think it has. At all, because she's making a claim. You can't just be like, oh, she just didn't see it, so there we go. She's no contradictions. Let me just wipe that up really quick, put a couple band-aids on it. It's okay. You're a horrible prosecutor, Godot. Try being a defense attorney again, bud. You're seriously garbage at it. If the staff was dropped, it would have been difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. You know, it's weird that you're saying she couldn't see anything, because why are we using her as a witness then? Because apparently she didn't see anything, Godot. It was pitch dark. So how do we know that it was Maya? Apparently, she could see well enough to know it was Maya, but she couldn't see well enough to know whether or not the other lady was turned around or not. Like, we'll accept it only when it's okay for Godot. Like, this works for him, then we can accept that. But, it doesn't work for him? Well, it's just too dark. It's just too dark then. Like, fuck you, Godot. And to say that they didn't recognize each other, you have to have proof for that, because now you're making a claim. You're saying Maya and Misty didn't recognize each other. Like, you can't just say that they didn't. You know what I mean? Like, I get why you're saying they must not have if they were fighting, but we don't know for a fact if they were fighting. That's what we're trying to prove here. You can't just jump to these conclusions or whatever, and so sometimes it's frustrating that the game lets that happen, because it's just so not real, you know? It's so fucking contrived sometimes, but it makes for good drama, so here we go. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right? No! Yeah, no, it's not right. Everything you said was stupid. Order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Okay, I was wondering why that wasn't in evidence. It's very frustrating when it's like this, very unfair, right? Absolutely. And then the judge just lets him do it, because I guess Phoenix is too weak to just be like, hey, Godot, shut the fuck up. You're making no sense, dude. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. A lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit the night of the crime. It also has Maya's name on it in blood.
Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face?
What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it.
Oh yeah, Godot can't read it. I forgot, Godot can't see that it says Maya written in blood upside down. Because when he sees red, he can't, just like the blood on that 2 cases ago, he didn't see the blood on the apron because he's got the red visor. I always think that's a funny thing. It's funny this is coming into play again. He must not have noticed it.
Why, it's written in blood.
Oh boy. The judge didn't know about that yet.
Written in blood? It says...
Oh, he's gonna read it as if it weren't upside down, I bet. A.M.? Is that what he's gonna say, sis?
It says Maya upside down.
Oh, dang it. I thought he was gonna try to read it upside down. Fuck. That would have been a classic judge thing to do. For some reason, my wig does not want to stay on in the back tonight. It keeps sliding up on me.
What the?
Oh, yes, that's right.
Yeah, that doesn't fit with her testimony either, because when did that happen?
After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body.
Okay, well, here, hold up. Okay, hold up. Because now we have something else that doesn't make a whole lot of fucking sense for the prosecution. Because we're trying to say,
oh, it was so dark. Well, that means that's why they didn't see each other. They didn't know that was Maya. Maya didn't know that was Misty. But then apparently when Misty died, she wrote her own fucking daughter's name upside down for some reason on this fucking thing.
Like, if you're gonna say that she wrote Maya's name, which is what they're probably gonna say, because Maya was her killer, then she knew it was fucking Maya. And if she knew it was Maya, then she knew it was her fucking daughter. Like, fuck you, dude. You can't have all your cakes and eat them too, okay?
It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about?
We were talking about the message written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle.
Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that.
And we figured that out a while ago, didn't we?
In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because like that would definitely fuck Godot's arguments up because he just like never even thought to prepare for that. You know what I mean? You think he'd know by now that he couldn't see blood and he's a prosecutor. He should probably ask around about that kind of thing, you know? Come on, dude. It's also funny that nobody would have mentioned it to him. You know what I mean? Like, not Gumshoe or anybody? Well, I mean, I guess we're talking about Gumshoe there, so maybe that does make sense.
Godot is literally shaking, and somehow, I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. Although it probably should be.
I believe it has now been established that Mr. Nim was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong!
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you?
Please address the fact that we were trying to say it was too dark for them to know they were mother and daughter, but then the mother wrote the daughter's name. Like, can we please address that? Please don't let that just slide by, game, because that's such an obvious, huge contradiction. Please don't do that.
Let's hear it. We're all ears.
Is it just like, I mean, they don't even have motive yet. They still never established motive. It's Sister Iris's cover-up. And they always, like, make it a big deal when we need to establish motive, but apparently they don't have to establish shit.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. And then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to the Hazakura Temple, and I used the Shishishito to alter the way the wound looked.
So you moved the body?
Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Nim was actually Misty Fae.
Yeah, you were desecrating the body of your master, like the master of your technique.
I've committed a terrible sin.
Hell yeah, you have.
A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor?
I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. I think we are just gonna let the whole fucking thing breeze by. Prosecution just gets a pass on this one for some fucking reason. Sister Iris's cover-up. It also doesn't make sense. She's like, oh, she called out to Mystic Maya, but then what? Maya did nothing? Because what did Maya do? You know what I mean? Like, you guys would have, like, spoken to each other, right? Or something. She would have said something. I don't think Maya murders someone and then just walks away from it. No big deal. This is so fishy.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya.
So you waited until everything was over before making a move?
No, it's not like that.
It sure fucking sounds like that.
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
What the fuck, dude?
Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument?
It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on me what she had done.
And what did she say?
I thought it was my duty to protect the future of the future master of the Korean tradition.
So then, you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey.
Yes, of course I did.
It's odd because Bikini didn't, right?
That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. So I removed the body from the inner temple myself.
Why did you do that?
Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself.
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
The snow, huh?
I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge.
What's weird is, like, I feel like Larry would have seen her then, probably? Because Larry was waiting for her that whole time, right? So he would have been, like, alert for that kind of thing, right? I don't know. I don't know how those timelines all work out, I guess. It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Huh. Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge?
Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple.
It's funny how she calls it it. It's like, that's someone's body, dude. The snowmobile?
I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details?
About the snowmobile, about the tracks. About the tracks. We'll try that. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. Snow was still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped.
Then why are... Because, okay, so I think this is finally going to come into place. Because remember, me and Isidore were on this whole thing last time. Because I think it's got to come up in this whole thing that there's footprints that are underneath the track prints for the snowmobile. And as far as I can tell, the only person whose footprints those could be are Phoenix's. Because Phoenix was the only one to leave on foot that night to the inner temple, you know, who would have actually been on this side of the bridge before the snow stopped. So the only person whose prints could still be there are Phoenix's, from what I understand. So that means that Phoenix left to go get to the phone, and then the snowmobile drove up. So that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, because if Phoenix was left to go get the phone, then, and she used the snowmobile to bring the body over here, then Phoenix's footprint should be on top of the tracks, because the body was already here, because Phoenix saw it, you know? So that doesn't really seem like it's tracking here. So that must be, at some point, you must have to point that out. It's the only thing I can think with this, because me and Isidore were like all over that. Because it definitely looks like those tracks, the footprints were there, and then the snowmobile drove over. You don't see the footprints in the tracks. You should see at least one step in there, right?
That's why there were some fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? It's very important.
When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. It doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence.
Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Ha! This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped.
There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true?
Yes, I am.
When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear.
That's right. I'm certain of it.
I think I've trapped her this time.
I see how you think. Snow, huh? What's going on here?
If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Grid Revelations.
Wait, what? There's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Grid Revelations? What's The Grid Revelations? This is so intricate. Dude, Hoodie, it is. It's so intricate. It's crazy. Now I gotta look up this movie. Is this a real movie? It's trying to make a reference I don't understand. I'll just type it in. The Grid Revelations. Okay, there's a movie called The Grid. Hold up. Someone actually posted about this exact moment. Right, thinking to himself about Iris' testimony. It'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Grid Revelations. I don't get it. Well, what? I don't remember that ever being thought by Phoenix. Oh, it definitely is. What you just don't remember right then, buddy. He said that as far as I can see, it's just a goof name made up. The fact that a grid has many holes. I feel like it's supposed to be the Matrix, right? Oh yeah, here's another person saying the same thing. Okay, I'm right. Okay, it is the Matrix. Because that's the only thing I could think of is a grid. A Matrix is a grid. And Revelations versus Revolutions. So they're talking about the third Matrix movie. So it's supposed to be a whole bigger than that story, the movie, The Matrix Revelations. Okay, got it. I get it. He's got to think of what a Matrix is. Can't say it's ha-ha funny, but I guess I get it. All right, on that note, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, guys. So I'll be just right back. Just give me just a minute, and we'll be back.
Monday, eastward.
John's got ulterior motives. Maybe John is interested in something else. What do you think, huh?
Tuesday, a short hike.
It's good. You got me. Power. I'm lost. I'm a terrible liar. I am a woman. What is...
Wednesday, stranger of paradise.
Guys. Going for it? No, not everyone's grudge, damn it. See? I shouldn't have gone for it.
Thursday, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Mr. Nick, that voice.
Oh my god! It's Pearls! Yay! She's okay, guys. Pearls is okay. We can relax.
Friday, Cyberpunk 2077.
Damn, dude, that's my ride, dog. That's my ride, dog. You know, seeing that Pearls clip reminded me just now that, or it made me think just now that I kind of wish Pearls was here for this. You know, I know that she shouldn't really probably be around this sort of thing with murders and Maya being involved and all that stuff, but you know, I kind of just miss having our right-hand person, you know, to be able to turn to and say some stuff to during the, the court stuff, you know? So I miss either Maya or Pearls being there. Since the last one, it would have been nice to at least get one more time with Pearls. I'm sure Pearls will probably come back in a different game. Let's put on my mic. There we go. Alright, here we go. I'll read this again, this weird message again.
It'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Grid Revelations.
Ha! Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's on up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger.
I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya! But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of.
Could she be channeling Dahlia right now? And Dahlia's the one that's making Iris say all this stuff? Because they would look exactly the same. You couldn't tell, right? Wouldn't that be a crazy twist? That if one sister could channel the other and they're twins, they wouldn't look any different. So you would not be able to tell if this was Dahlia or Iris. Because now they can be the same person if they channel each other. Or at least if Iris channels Dahlia.
There's only one reason I can think of.
The reason I think he's thinking of would be because she's a part of Morgan Faye. Her name is Morgan, which is Pearls' mom. She's actually the daughter of Morgan Faye, and Morgan Faye wants to kill off Maya's family because she wants her family to be the main branch. And so that seems to be the only motive she might have to pin this on Maya, because that would then get Maya out of the picture so that Pearls could be the main branch, head of the branch or whatever, which I guess it would probably be Morgan first, and then it would then, you know, go to Pearls or whatever. Well, I guess Morgan's in prison now too, so it would have to just be Pearls. Wouldn't it just de facto default to Pearls? Because Iris doesn't actually have the name Faye anymore. Otherwise, it could be Iris, I guess. Anyways.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya.
Oh yeah, I already read through all this. We already pressed it all too, I think. Thought it was my duty to protect the... myself. Dragged it all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple, and I used the Shishishito to alter the way the wound looked. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Was that the one that... I think this is the one that Phoenix was extra suspicious about. I might just look up a hint here. It's not obvious to me how I would prove this. Something to do with the snow and the tracks, though, right? Let's see here. Okay, there's just so much data to keep track of. Okay, I was on the right track, though. It definitely is the snow thing. The weather data, but where do I press it against? Okay, let's see here. I dragged it all the way across Dusky Bridge. This is it. I'm supposed to press the weather data here, which seems weird. I don't know that I ever would have thought to do that, to be honest. Because it should have still been snowing? Fuck, there's just so many times and stuff, and it's such a long case, it's hard to keep all this stuff straight. Because that's what I'm getting all mixed up now, is the times. Like, when did it stop snowing? When did it do this? Let me look at the weather data. Let's refresh our memory. Snowed 7 to approximately 10:50. Okay, so it stopped snowing at 10:50. And then the murder happened between 10 and 11. And she's saying, I don't really understand how this really disproves that, to be honest, dude. But, I mean, we'll do it. It says it's the right answer. but I don't really understand all this. Let me read their explanation. Okay, it says, first of all, the snow had stopped at 10:50 p.m. That's before the murder. Okay. And second, lightning struck the bridge, setting it on fire 5 minutes before. Iris becomes shocked upon hearing this. You could see she not know that the bridge was on fire? Or how could she not know the bridge was on fire? When did she say a time, though? That's the thing I don't understand. When did Iris ever say at this time this happened? She doesn't. So this is one of those times where I don't think it makes sense that this is the answer, but I mean, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. That was not very satisfying. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That's just not possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why do you say that?
Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire.
What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't be.
It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
No!
Order, order, order!
The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body, unless you flew like in Larry's picture. Right?
Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Are you saying that to the judge? He's gonna hold you in contempt, bro. Oh boy, this part. Man, Mitty, just let me get to it, man. Don't get me all riled up for something that's about to happen, bro. Let me get to it. Every time you say that stuff, I'm just like, okay, so something's about to happen, you know? But I didn't know something was about to happen.
Old man. Me? How dare you?
I'm surprised Godot does not tell Iris of bridge. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. Well, it's weird that she wouldn't have even thought about it because she had to know that the bridge was burned down, right? I guess she just didn't know when it happened. But it's weird that she wouldn't have thought about how to lie about it. Like if she's gonna lie, she should have like incorporated the whole bridge burning as a part of it, right? Like, doesn't that make sense? You think she'd be smarter than that? And nothing's coming. It's just I just got here and seen you where you are. Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, when you word it like that, when you say, "Oh boy," I guess I'm just like, "Oh shit, something's gonna happen." Gotcha. You just psyched me out a little bit, but I see what you're saying, dude. And how's it going, man? Good to see you. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, it's been such a fucking crazy case so far, dude. Oh no, you don't have to be sorry. It's all good, man. It's all good. I know you never mean it. You know what I mean? I don't think anybody who does that kind of stuff really means it unless they're those people that's like, this is exactly what happens at the end and I'm a shithead. You know, those people are the people who mean to spoil something. Right? Or not even spoil, but you know what I mean. I'm just looking out for, because I mean, I've been that guy, you know. Have you ever watched a movie with somebody and then like your favorite part was about to come up and then you just look over and you're like, oh, this part's great, you know, like don't do that. That's like the worst thing to do. I'm good, just tired. Long day. Oh, I'm sorry you had a long day, bud, but hopefully it was long because it was productive. And hopefully you're tired because you got a lot done, huh? I hope that it's all good. Yeah, Snape kills Dumbledore. Exactly, Papa. That's when somebody's trying to be a shithead. You know what I mean? So I never try to get mad at people. I just try to let people know, like, hey, just don't spoil it for me, please. It was hell yeah, man. That's great. Glad to hear that. I had a productive day as well, man. It's good that we had productive days. And tomorrow's Friday. So that's pretty cool. Hey, Alpha. I was actually, you read my mind, dude. I was literally grabbing my cup to take another sip right as you did the hydrate. So perfect timing, my dude. It's good. Hell yeah, man. Man, it was fun watching you playing some Sonic last night. I was so happy that I got to raid you because it seems like every time I see that you're on, you're always playing Phoenix Wright stuff. Or not Phoenix Wright, but Ace Attorney stuff. And I'm just like, oh man, I want to raid him, but I don't want spoilers. But it was awesome to see you playing some Sonic Adventure 2, man, because, man, I loved that game when I was a kid. So cool. Especially the Chow Garden, dude. I probably spent more time in that Chow Garden than any other part of that game. I fucking loved it. I had fun last night. Hell yeah, man, I'm glad. I'm glad, dude. Did you play Sonic Adventure back when it came out? I don't remember if you ended up talking about that last night. Because I remember I was hearing you talking about it. You were saying something about how it came out on Dreamcast, and then we were talking about how I guess it was re-released on GameCube. I had no idea. I thought it was only on GameCube because I had the original one for Dreamcast, like Sonic Adventure or whatever, and I loved that game. And then I'd never even heard of Sonic Adventure 2 until Battle came out. And then I was like, oh, fucking sweet, whatever. I had no idea it was on Dreamcast. Yes, I did. Oh, hell yeah, man. So going back to the classics for this one, huh? Nice, dude. Good choice if you ask me. And plus, you reminded me last night of how awesome Knuckles' music is. I was watching it with a buddy of mine, with Lemur, and was commenting on how good some of that music was. I was like, oh shit, dude, I gotta get this soundtrack on my stream, man. Hell yeah. Yeah, the release was Battle 2. Yeah, see, I didn't know that. I didn't even know that was a re-release. That was crazy. That totally just blew past me, man. It's weird because I've been such a Sonic fan when I was a kid. I mean, I kind of grew out of it, I guess, after Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. I kind of grew out of it a little bit. I haven't really gone back to Sonic very much after that. But definitely at that point in my life, I loved Sonic. And I'm surprised that I even let it get past me, you know what I mean? But that was cool. Cool piece of trivia I learned from your stream last night, man. So, thank you. All right, let's continue here. Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. It's a squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? It was like the lyrics caught me off guard because as kids we didn't listen to them, right? Yeah, that's true, right? Yeah, it was all just kind of like the sounds of it. But yeah, I was listening to it a little bit and how he's talking about protecting the emeralds and the crystals and stuff or whatever in one of those hip hop songs. I was like, that's awesome, dude. It's so funny, but I love it. The important thing right now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dunim was discovered in the Hazakor Temple courtyard. Second, the head nun, Sister Bikini. Witness Iris desecrating Elise Dunim's body.
He makes a good point, on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night. So my memory is still somewhat hazy.
It's because you were your sister then. It's because you had channeled Dahlia. You have stood at this witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? Should be thrown out of court then.
It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this for the court.
What is it?
When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick.
Well, not exactly, no.
I know there must be some other way she got across the burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth.
I mean, it's Larry's photo, right? Larry drew the picture for us, man. Somehow she was, like, launched across the bridge or something, dude. Something just chucked her.
It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
Well, would you be, dude?
You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that the lady's testimony isn't the truth.
But I am, Godot, because I have evidence. I just presented it, Godot. I am in a position. That's the whole point of this courtroom, dude. Demonstrate it, give me a Barbie doll, the popsicle sticks, and the lighter. How does this coffee cup just appear in his hand? I want that power. Yeah. All he has to do is have his hand out and someone just slides it over. He must have like an aide or something. Someone who just like makes his coffee, puts it on, slides it over. Be funny to like have it like zoom out and you see some dude over there that's got like a coffee, just like a coffee machine. He's just constantly making another cup of coffee or whatever, you know? Be kind of funny. And also, what's up, Isidore? Good to see you, my friend. We're gonna see how this ends. We're gonna see how Bikini did it, apparently. You ready for this? The dude beat hell. Oh, the Godotted? Is that what you're saying? All right then, witness. Let's hear your testimony once more. We all know Bikini did it. Who knows, man? It's still possible. That card is still on the table.
What about what, Your Honor?
You admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be her final testimony?
Moving the body.
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge?
Oh, am I gonna have to press Larry's photo on that last one? That'll be pretty crazy, wouldn't it?
So it was just a misunderstanding. I see.
Everything just gets explained. If it's a prosecution, it's just a misunderstanding. We don't need any evidence. We'll just tell her to testify differently, and she'll just testify differently, and then there we go. All contradictions are handled then. It's like, how come the defense can't do that?
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
The ski bridge photo taken the morning after the crime.
Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder!
That's right. I'm only gonna say this one time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
Right? Like, half the shit he says is like hardly makes any sense at all. It's like a very, very loose metaphor, dude.
All right, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination.
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no other way to move the body.
Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place,
I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across somehow.
you're supposed to testify as to how.
So I must have just gotten confused, I guess.
But you seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure that snow had already stopped.
I'm terribly sorry. I was wrong.
Yeah, you were wrong because you fucking lied. There's another word for that, and that's fucking liar.
Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook?
Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much?
This is no joke. You were giving sworn testimony in a court of law.
Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today?
Huh? Well, naturally, it was,
You see, it's not that easy to remember, is it?
Well, maybe it would be easy to remember if you were fucking dragging a dead body across a bridge. I think you would remember it then. I think you would have some sort of thing to remember. I think that's something that gets burned into your fucking mind. You know what I'm saying? A week ago, Phoenix was not dragging a body to then go desecrate it. Okay, girl? I don't think you get to just say that. But if it had been some kind of special day, I would have remembered. Exactly. For example, if it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. Objection! He remembers that, apparently.
No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite.
What?
By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show me evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire.
I mean, that's Larry's photo, right? I mean, that has to be Larry's photo.
Are you saying that there was a way to cross the burning bridge?
Gotta press that first. Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way to cross.
Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge? Did anyone actually witness such a thing?
So what are we, what are we arguing here? Because she's maintaining that she got it across the bridge? But the bridge was on fire? Is that what she's trying to stick with? Is that her story? Is that she dragged it across a burning bridge? Is that what she's saying? Like, wait, what? Did I just get turned around here?
Ha! If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something.
I've come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all my evidence and see where that takes me. I've got to be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead.
Alright, let's go ahead and save here. And we're gonna use Larry's drawing. On the last statement, I guess? Oh shit, that was the last statement. Fuck. Damn it. That was a really short testimony, dude. Was it like 3 of them? There it is. Okay, so present Larry's image. Alright. Hey, the music stopped. That's a good sign. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility.
What?
If that doodle becomes legitimate evidence, I'ma die. Dude, I think it might be about to, Isidore, so you better be praying to whoever you worship or whatever, saying your final rites.
Huh. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air.
I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Spit take.
Who is it? Who is this witness?
It's Larry.
I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go!
Miss Elise Dunim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Maurice Dunim.
Brilliant? Highly gifted?
Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night, he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket.
Ha! Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it does. And I'm going to prove it.
Listen,
I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. That is what we do. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch?
Upside down? Why did Godot say that?
Because Larry was looking at it upside down, and so she was actually below the... What? What is he saying?
All right, then let's hear the defense's theory.
Oh, so it would have been somebody dropping into the river if it was upside down, right? I guess that makes sense, because aren't the suspension cables under the bridge? I'd never thought about it, but I think they were. And so that wouldn't be her flying over. It would be her falling from it. Right? I don't know that that makes any more sense. Huh. What the hell? Swinging underneath it, the suspension cable broke. Yeah, I just like, but are we really going to say that she carried a body and then swung on a cable? Is that really what we're going to say? I don't believe it. I don't believe that Iris, this tiny little girl, could hold a full-grown woman's dead, limp body and then swing with the suspension cable that broke. Yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see where this goes, though. But I do see what Godot's saying by turning it upside down. I think it is upside down. I guess Larry in the picture was looking upside down, so maybe that's why he drew it that way. She was in her room. It wasn't Iris. Right, but I guess what we're saying is that was the... what Iris confessed to it. I don't think you were here earlier, Isidore, but this is where we're at. Iris has confessed to covering up the murder. So she's saying that Maya murdered her own mother in self-defense because apparently her own mother was trying to kill her. I mean, she didn't know that it was her mother and stuff. And then she's saying that she covered up for Maya by taking the body from the garden outside the inner temple across the bridge, and then she planted the body there, and that's why Bikini saw her planting the body there. So that's what we're working with right now. So her being in the room has been thrown out the window, pretty much, at this point in the game. So just to get you up to speed. But we're trying to figure out how she could have gotten the body across the bridge if the bridge was on fire, apparently. But it's weird is that it's been put on the defense to try to prove this, even though the prosecution's the one that's benefiting from the statement or whatever. It's just really weird. But whatever. And who rung the bell? I think it still would have been her, because that would have been at 10, right? And then she was supposed to ring the bell and then go to the inner temple, which Bikini says she did, because Bikini says she saw her and then left her there with Maya, which that would actually still be true then. At this point with her confession, that actually makes that true. So the part that seems to not be true is her getting the body back over. But I'm thinking, because she said that her memory, she wasn't herself, is what she said earlier, and that her memory is hazy. So I'm thinking she's the one that channeled Dahlia, her twin sister, and then Dahlia did whatever happened here. And so that's why Iris doesn't remember it, because it very well could have been that the body was transported by Iris's physical body, but perhaps it was Dahlia that did it all. And maybe she actually murdered her and then moved her body, yada yada, or something. I'm not sure. Because definitely what Iris is trying to do is just pin it on Maya. She's trying to act like, oh, but it was just self-defense, so don't take it out on Maya. But she's definitely just pinning it all on Maya. Which for me, one weird thing that I think is strange is that Maya was supposedly training at that time, which if she was training, she should have been behind that locked gate. And so how would she have been in the garden to kill her mother if she was training behind a lock that she couldn't undo herself? And that's something that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But it hasn't been brought up at all. So there's a few things that haven't been brought up at all that kind of irritate me a little bit. But hey, we're having a good time, so who cares? Yeah, that's kind of the state of things. So we'll see what happens, man.
What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. All right, Phoenix. Look carefully and think it over.
This sketch drawn by Laurice Dunim is evidence of nothing, a complete contradiction, exactly what happened. I feel like it's gonna be exactly what happened, man. I mean, that's how this game works, right? Like, the craziest thing is the real thing. I would save, dude. You gotta save. Just in case, dude. Alright, we're going with exactly what happened. One sec. Just wanted to check on my connection. Looks like we're still good. Alright, exactly what happened. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh! That seems like a really bad thing there. I don't think it's gonna work out, Phoenix. You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. What?
That was the last thing I wanted to hear.
Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet.
I wish they had.
Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time.
There must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened.
I mean, it just showed the picture of Larry again. Again, he was looking at it upside down. All right, then. The witness will now return to her testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, did it matter what I picked back there? I don't know if that choice actually matters or not now.
Other than the walking over the bridge, there was no way to move the body.
Did I already press this? No, yeah, okay, yeah, we had already pressed this. We had gotten to the end of her testimony. Should we go back and pick one of the... Let's go back and pick one of the other ones. Complete contradiction, evidence of nothing. A complete contradiction. Let's try that. Because I don't think it's evidence of nothing. It's got to be one of these things, right? So let's try a complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Laurice Dunim stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, court is in session. Hell yeah, Legacy, what's up, man? How you doing? Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a wonderful Thursday. What you up to tonight? Then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
It contradicts reality.
Ha! This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? Oh shit, I don't know. The lady up here? Right? I mean, the obvious thing that contradicts reality? Alright. Oh, a techno plays. Oh yeah, dude, you know we're in it now. Okay, it's gotta be this, dude. What else would contradict reality? This flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet. Or did I miss something?
Mr. Wright, that answer just now, it was lethal.
That was not right. Damn it. Mr. Wright, after dragging us all the way to this point, that answer was embarrassing. It was so embarrassing, I'm actually blushing.
Blushing only suits women, not the elderly. Anyway, what now?
See things point to something else? Maybe point to something else. Let me look at the hint here real quick. Is there somewhere I can point on this thing? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, it is. It's the suspension wires because they should be on the bottom, not the top, I guess, right? Like I was saying earlier. But it's, it says to specifically try just clicking the left one first because the right one apparently doesn't always work when you click on it. Sometimes it'll still come up as the wrong thing. So that's interesting. Good to get that little warning in there. I'm great, man. You look thirsty. Let me help. Disregard out of stock. Oh, you just got to refresh. There's no stock on it. Yeah, but I get what you mean there, Legacy. I got you, dude. Yeah, it's a weird thing that Twitch does. Anytime it says out of stock, like I think I have 1 or 2 things that have stock to them. So just try a refresh. It should fix it. I think I was thirsty, so thanks, dude. I appreciate that. All right, so let's point to something else. In fact, let's get that penalty back. Let's load it back in. We're not that far away. Okay, it's a complete contradiction. It's obviously funny, yada, yada, yada. I like when you go through it really fast and just like a ba-ding, whip, whip, whip. Whack, pat, slap, ba-ding. All the time, you know what I mean? So let's try like here. It's the wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Well, you just gave me this photo of Dusky Bridge. And that shows that the suspension cables do indeed connect to the bottom, right? That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch to the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard rails, or below the guard wires, my bad. What? Order, order, order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, it is likely that the artist just saw it wrong.
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong.
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. No, my name's Phoenix Wright. With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, all right? Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in at that time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires on the sketch go up instead of down. No way. Larice Nim witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larice Duim's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Whoa! I don't even know what the word he was trying to say was. Order, order! Of all the things to say, a pendulum. The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side, and a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead.
The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then,
They didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on the hand to create a pendulum? I guess the picture of the Dusky Bridge, right? Because we can see that suspension cable that's just hanging there, I assume. And I can't save, so we're gonna have to take a gamble here. Or I could look it up. Let me look it up real quick. We got a lot to cover tonight, so. Yep, it is the Dusky Bridge photo. Okay, cool. That was right. Boom! And the meaning of this is... If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Oh! This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Dunim's body. Dude, this is so ridiculous. Like, no way, dude. And then how did it release her? Oh, man. I mean, seriously? How do you fucking release her, dude? I don't... What is going on, dude? What the fuck is going on? How, dude? That is so contrived. So crazy. But whatever, you go, Phoenix. You're winning this court case. Oh my god, I just...
Wolf_ says, would you like to see Bikini in a Bikini?
Alright, what do you think, Dolos?
This time, there's actually a chance.
Oh, yeah. Alright, he's into it. Sounds like he's pro bikini in the bikini. Isidore says, no, behind bars. Oh, gosh. Okay, let's see how this continues, dude. This is getting crazy, dude. Are you kidding me? Swinging like... Okay, here, a couple things. First of all, how did she get the end of the rope or the cable or whatever? How did she get the cable to her so that she could wrap it around her? First thing. Second thing, when she released her to swing across, how did it let go of her? You know, did she rig a special knot that lets go after a certain number of seconds or something? Like, I don't understand. How did that work, you know? The shout from on camera is P. Keemer, so yeah. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad you find it funny. Mr. Godot. It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Anime physics, right? It has to be, yeah, it's anime logic, exactly. You guys are both right. It's definitely just because it's an anime, dude. The anime's coming out in it real strong. It's like they wanted to make sure that you could not see it coming, and so they made it completely unbelievable so you would never have thought of that. Oh, man, how crazy. You can only expect the craziest things at the finale of the trilogy, right? I mean, it's gotta be fucking crazy. It seems that the odds of the rope being readily available are very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? That's right. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Oh man, they keep wanting evidence. Oh God. Would it be the bloody sphere? Because it was just on that side of Dusky Bridge? Because it was found there? I'm gonna assume so, but we're gonna look up ahead. Make sure I'm right. Okay, it was this or something else, but this works. Sweet, got it. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it was one that was in front of the inner temple.
So then, that was the spot where the criminal...
Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. The body was pushed from this point here. It would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
Did you say drop?
Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank.
What? What makes you think something like that happened?
Because, okay, did she ride with it? You know what I mean? Because how did she get across then? Because she still has to put the body at Hazakura Temple and stage it and then get seen by Bikini. So, how does that make any sense? Unless Bikini was working in tandem with Iris. And maybe Bikini was the one that became Dahlia. She was in her room. Who Iris was? Because at this point, apparently she was not. Apparently she was not, dude. So I don't, because it doesn't make sense whoever it was, Bikini or Iris, okay? We can put that aside. Whoever this person was who was trying to get the body across the gap, how did they get across the gap without having an accomplice? You know what I mean? Because they couldn't have gotten across, and then whoever was on that side would have had to have been trapped. It's the only person I can think that would do that is Pearls. But Pearls says she didn't actually successfully channel Dahlia. So then how could it have been Pearls? But Pearls was the only other one trapped on the other side. You know what I mean? It's so crazy. It's all contrived. Yeah, for sure. We know who the real culprit is. Pearls. There you go, Pama. Because that would make sense. She's the only one that would have made sense out of doing this. That this could have happened, it only makes sense that Pearls would have done it. Because like I said, she's the only other one that's trapped on this side of the bridge. You know, because Maya's, again, like I said, she's locked in a room doing training. So I don't understand what are we proving here? Either way, let's just continue on. We'll find out.
What? What makes you think something like that happened?
Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance.
What kind of evidence?
Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell from about 10 feet after her death.
10 feet, huh?
That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum and then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off Miss Elise Dunim's staff. And even more important is the place where the crystal sphere was found.
Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map.
The crystal was found. Oh! Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. But how did it release? How could you have known it would release? I can't get over that. Can Iris have used swing too? I mean, maybe, I guess, because why not? Fuck it. If we can have a dead body apparently successfully swing across, why couldn't an alive woman? Why not, dude? I guess you're right, Hoodie. You got me there, dude. Somehow she got the rope to come back to her, because I don't know how she got the rope to her in the first place, because apparently it had snapped. The cable or whatever. And then she somehow got it back over to herself, and then also swung across. I don't know, dude. Probably. They recruited the monkey from the circus case. Yeah, there you go, dude. And broke out Dingaling or whatever his name was in the wheelchair. Yeah, it was Dingaling. Yeah, at least that's what we called him. That's what I know him as, Dingaling. The acrobat. All right, I'm gonna switch into standing mode, guys. I can't be sitting for this anymore. I have to stand. Because I will stand for this. Okay. Ooh, stretch time. Okay. Here we go. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You provided us with a way to the body could have been moved that night. What was that sound? An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. No, it was the coffee. Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Gateau? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. No? And what would that be? The aroma.
Huh?
A coffee's most reliable accomplice is a deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? Exactly, there had to be a second person, huh? Maybe that was Bikini, because Bikini was there where the body was, apparently passed out. What if Dahlia was so strong she could just force her way into like mediums' bodies? Wouldn't that be crazy? If that's what it was, she like was in Iris, did all that, and then immediately popped out, put herself in a Bikini, and then pulled the body over there. Iris, Bikini killed her. I don't see Isidore. I think that's breaking down though, because we know where the murder took place, and Iris and Bikini couldn't have been there. I think I am thinking Bikini's a part of this, like at this moment, but like because if Bikini killed her, then how'd she get across the bridge, my dude? You're saying Iris is the one that planted her? Then how did Bikini get across the bridge, my dude? Because she was there and we stepped on her as Phoenix. So you can't just say it was Iris. Because the murder, if Bikini was indeed on the other side of the bridge, she would have had to cross the burning bridge then to be unconscious in the snow next to the body. So it would have to have been Bikini as the accomplice. And Iris would have had to have been the one on the murder side. You got to cross before it burned down. But then why did she have to swing the pendulum then? It's not fitting all the evidence, Isidore. Your argument's breaking down, my dude. I don't know. There's still time. There's still time. There's crazier things can happen, man. Let's see. What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor.
The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Because it still could be, though. If you want it to be Iris, it just can't be Bikini. I think it's the thing. Like, with all the evidence we have right now, because it could still have been Iris been in a room, and Iris did do that part, and then was saw by Bikini, and Bikini's not a part of it, if Pearls was the one that committed the murder. But the reason why I don't think that's so is because Pearl says she couldn't channel the person she was trying to channel, and probably because they were already channeled by somebody else. And so that's why I'm thinking it probably was Iris, maybe as Dahlia, and then it had to have been Bikini that covered it up the rest of the way because she was at the scene of the crime. But I don't know. We'll see, man. There's just too many complicated things going on here. Very well, then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? It must have been Bikini. I still haven't saved, though, so I don't want to fuck it up. Plot twist, Phoenix was the accomplice, but he was possessed. Yeah, somehow Phoenix all of a sudden has medium powers, and he's the one that Dahlia took over. Wouldn't that be? I would love to see Phoenix channeling Dahlia. Wouldn't that be funny? I know you showed us the gender bend Phoenix and Edgeworth the other week, Papa, but wouldn't that be funny if it was specifically Dahlia trying to channel through Phoenix? That would be pretty funny, too. Now let's see, where are we at now? Oh wow, this is so complicated. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to present Iris's profile. Because apparently what we had to say at first is that Iris is the one that got the body from Iris. Which is like, this is not making any sense now. But it's because it's going to resolve into us saying like Dahlia was a part of it. God, it's so complicated, convoluted, dude. I don't know why I would have ever picked that, because Bikini would be the only person I would have thought. Phoenix channeling Mia, Phoenix Big Booba. Yeah, exactly. That's like the one that you showed us last week. It felt a little bit more like that. But I guess the thing about those gender-bend ones is that they still try to make them look like Phoenix and Edgeworth. Yeah, it would be great to actually try to give them the features of Mia or whatever. You know, I think that would be even better. Like a little bit of nuance there. You know what I mean? All right, we're presenting Iris. So there we go. There you go, Isidore. See, you still got your foot in the door, my man. You still got your foot in the door. It can only be you, Sister Iris.
Huh? Ah, but I
don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. Oh, I guess that's a point. I forgot she has a bad back. Yeah, that's true. You're the only one that could have managed it. That's right. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. Because, okay, so I'm just kind of realizing too, so why wasn't, if Iris was doing all this, like actually sending the body over because Maya killed her mother, which we know is not true, then how was Iris not trapped on the other side? Because Iris would have had to have been trapped on the other side, but she was not because she was at the Hazakor Temple when we went back there, wasn't she? Well, yeah, she was immediately Edgeworth's defendant, and Edgeworth saw her at the visitor's room. So that doesn't make sense. So it would have had to have been Pearls, right? Pearls is the only person who fits that description. You know what I mean? It's so crazy. Her neck, her back, Bikini got back. Bikini got back. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
Mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by the eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known.
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum.
But the body couldn't have been passed along but to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with.
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Oh, is this actually Dahlia? And Iris is dead somewhere? Whoa, hold on. So, if that is what they're trying to imply right now, I'm just gonna try to get ahead of the game really quick. Then what we're saying is that Iris died in Dahlia's place. And so would that mean that in that court case all those years ago, that somehow Dahlia switched places with Iris? They were up on that mountain. Iris would have been nearby. Did Dahlia switch places with Iris before the whole, like, stick-up thing? And so Dahlia wasn't the one that jumped into the river, it was Iris? That would be crazy if it goes back that far. But either way, we're trying to say this is Dahlia, huh? Okay.
You're saying that this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is...
Oh, I need to save before we get to a spot where I can't save.
There was no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin the murder on Maya.
The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Hawthorne?
Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Ha! It's just your imagination, Gramps.
This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. You just had that on hand and ready?
Oh, yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all mine.
No, the honor is all mine.
I love how it fades into now. That's great.
But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month.
Maybe she wasn't actually executed? That could still be a crazy detail, right?
So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What?
Why did Godot say that?
Order, order, order!
Wait a moment. How can you? My sister! She's already dead! What kind of...
You of all people should already understand, after all. The blood of the master of the Korean channeling technique flows within that body. Physics has no meaning in this courtroom. Yeah, that too. Nothing has any fucking meaning, apparently. Because he came back from the depths of hell to beat Phoenix. Yeah, apparently he did, dude. You're right. I think that's what he said, isn't it? Something like that.
The Korean channeling technique. Now, where have I heard that?
That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. Is she actually Maya? Could it be Maya channeling Dahlia because Maya has dark hair and Iris has dark hair? And so I guess if Maya turned into Dahlia, she would look like Iris, right? So could that be why we haven't seen Maya this whole time? Because it's actually been Maya's been channeling Dahlia in that time? That could be interesting.
What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone. On the very night of the murder, to a temple where her twin sister, Iris, was?
Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes.
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens?
Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
Nah, what's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. that night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. Two of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means that the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple. Oh, I just thought of something. So Iris gave us her hood, and that's a demon warding hood that's supposed to prevent bad spirits from possessing you, right? And so Iris took it off and gave it to Phoenix, and so that would have left her open for Dahlia, right? I don't know that she would have intentionally channeled Dahlia. I guess we'll have to figure that out, but I just wonder if that was something that opened it up for Dahlia to then possess her or something, you know what I mean? Because Dahlia is definitely a demon, if you ask me. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Well, how do you know that? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini and the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled, would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. Dude, the pendulum thing is just... whatever, man. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. It was moved by pendulum, okay. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose.
I can't deny any of that.
Phew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
I'm convinced, huh? Huh? Trying to lie to me?
Something still seems off. Way off.
I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. What's weird is that we're not covering any of the other weird things about this scenario, you know what I mean? Like, then who did she pass the body to and all these things, you know? Like, we're just not gonna address that, we're just stuck on this thing? Okay. Whether or not she's the real Iris? Okay. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one I saw the other night. Huh. And I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous? Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places? Switched places? To be perfectly honest. Okay, so here, if they did switch places, it could have been when Dahlia went to the cave to try to unlock the locks, right? Then maybe, because there was more locks suddenly that were there, right? So maybe they opened the lock, like, Dahlia in Iris's body opened the lock, and then switched places and got inside Maya's body, and now the real Iris is actually the one that's locked in there, and this is actually Dahlia in Maya's body, maybe? I don't know. I'm trying to make sense of all this shit, dude. I don't fucking know. Anyways, I'm gonna pause here real quick, guys. I gotta go to the restroom again. Nature's calling me, guys, so I'll be right back, but we are gonna fucking get to the bottom of this shit, man. Alright, don't go away.
Monday, eastward.
John's got ulterior motives. Maybe John is interested in something else. What do you think, huh?
Tuesday, a short hike.
It's good. You got me. Power. I'm lost. I'm a terrible liar. I am a woman. What is...
Wednesday, Stranger of Paradise.
Guys. Going for it? No, not everyone's scared me to musical chair. Exactly, Bob. That's basically what's happening, right, dude? It's crazy, man. I feel like I'm onto something with the whole Maya thing, but I don't know, it's just kind of complicated because what I'm thinking about, I'm like looking at this from a storytelling standpoint at this point, and not really like a logistics standpoint with like the law or whatever. Because I mean, we've kind of thrown that out the window with the pendulum, right? So storytelling wise, I could see it being, so we have right now at this moment Von Karma is in the inner temple. She's trying to undo the locks so that we can get Maya out of that cave, right? So storytelling wise, that's going to take her a long time, and this court case is going to take a long time. But maybe right at the end, Von Karma is going to come up and be like, here, this is Iris, and all of a sudden we have two Irises. You know what I mean? And be like, this is the person that was down there, not Maya. Where the fuck's Maya or whatever? And then we're going to be like, okay, well then, how can there be two? You know what I mean? And then it's going to turn out that that was Maya and that she got swapped or whatever, because it's just so interesting that there was one lock and then we come back and then there's 5 locks. And that seems to be like something that Dolly would have done to slow them down. Maybe. I don't know. Just, you know, trying to think about it from a story perspective. But there is one other piece that we haven't got yet, which is the blood that was on the dagger. We don't know whose blood it was. I mean, there's an assumption that it would be the victim's, obviously. But that is, storytelling-wise, that is something that we haven't been told yet. And so that's sort of like something I would consider like a hook in writing, where you've left this thing open so that later on in the story you can come back to it and then pull it back in and say, this is something. You remember this? Well, how about that? You know what I mean? So that's what I'm thinking about right now. But I don't know. The logistics are still a little fuzzy here. To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Well, Mr. Wright, the only fact is Bikini did it! She'd have her fucking head in a guillotine right now if Isidore has his way. Bikini. A death row with her. Since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, had there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There was one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? I guess it would have been during the earthquake? Is that what it would have been? Maybe? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? Oh, it would have been Edgeworth though, right?
I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault.
But because Edgeworth was all freaking out because of the earthquake, because he hates earthquakes. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was Miles Edgeworth. What I think Bikini did was get some alone time with Edgeworth. Ooh, you know, she wants it. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake?
Earthquake! Oh my goodness, the inner temple! This kind of tremor might... How could I have? She fled. She escaped.
We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true. Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now, see here. No judge in this right mind would consider the idea of spirit mediums.
Be quiet.
Oh, there she is. There's evil Dahlia. She's doing her thing. God damn it. I got, like, a thing in my throat. Come on, you're fucking with my voices.
It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice! It's turning me on! Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne. In my current profession, permanently retired.
Ha! So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
See, that's a Maya look right there. I feel like that's like Maya's body telling her to give us that look, because she's never given us that look before. Dahlia looks weird like that. What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. Her as in Mia.
Oh, to be continued, huh? Well, we're continuing that shit right now, guys. So don't you worry. Now we're on to 4-2. We still got 2 more parts going into it. This is going to be a late one, guys. Oh, we already saved, but we'll save again. Just, you know, whatever. February 10th, 1:06 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
I guess she doesn't have anything to lose since she's dead. I guess maybe that's why she's just agreeing to yeah, okay, I'll tell you.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are.
Wait a minute! Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes. You have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense.
Watch yourself, Trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true?
I mean, it would make sense if it was true because they didn't know that Misty was Elise, right? They couldn't have known that. I can't imagine. I mean, maybe, oh, Morgan actually had found that out somehow and, other details. Make it up as we go. Hydrate from Alpha. Thank you, Alpha. It's about time I took another sip. Also, good to know you're still hanging out, my dude. Drinking some grape juice tonight. Good stuff.
The whole plan began with my death.
You were executed last month, correct?
Yes. I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. I almost feel like they wouldn't do that, but I don't know, maybe. I got some mead opal made. Oh, nice, dude. Hell yeah. Dude, what flavors? Did you do any like different flavors with it or whatever? Or musk or whatever they call it? What you got in there? I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Ha! Are you crazy? At first that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fay the master of Korean? Oh, Pearl is so precious.
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master.
Oh, because that's right. That's why she's so mad, right? Because it's supposed to be the oldest sister, but really, in all actuality, it's the strongest sister, which is usually the oldest sister, probably, right? And so Misty, being the younger sister, was stronger. Okay, and that's why Morgan was mad. I forgot about that detail. They told us that. Raspberry. Ooh, nice, dude. I love the tartness of raspberry, dude. Raspberry is one of my favorite flavors, so that's gotta be some good stuff, man. Hope you enjoy it. How long did you guys let it, like, brew? Is that what the word for it? Ferment? Is there another word? Soak? Steep. Steep, perhaps. There's a lot of different words you might be able to use here. I don't know which one's the right one.
The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh? The murderous intent weakened her powers. Yeah, maybe, dude, yeah. You're too bitter to be strong at being a spirit medium, so you'll never be the main branch. Get real, Morgan.
A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master.
So why'd you go along with it, Dahlia?
You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, but at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much, fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in my in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
Oh, Dahlia's the one? Oh, man. Dahlia's so evil. She's even, like, picking up the shitty things her dad did now. Ooh, Dahlia? Yeah, it's Dahlia, you know, yep. We've gotten to that point. Where now we've actually outed her as Dahlia. She's admitted to being a dead woman in someone else's body. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But welcome in, Yuna. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're having a good one. Ferments a couple of weeks, then you bottle it. Also gotta filter it on occasion. Oh, okay, right on. Takes about a month. Oh, okay, about a month. Okay, but you can let it sit longer, I guess, though, right? I watched some people do it on YouTube a long time ago, like 4 or 5 years ago, and so I used to know a little bit more about mead stuff. Because I think you can let it sit, right? Even longer if you want or something. So that way it like pulls the flavors out even better or something like that. I don't know. Maybe that was just a theory that the guy I was watching had too. Because they were new to it. They weren't like professionals. So all of my information is pretty flawed probably. But that's cool, man. I always thought it looked like it'd be a lot of fun. And honestly, out of all the alcohols, mead sounds like it would be the tastiest because it's made out of honey, you know what I mean? So it's probably pretty damn good, I imagine. Here. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at the old temple.
You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Before it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die.
Let it sit longer, but in terms of alcohol, mead is one of the fastest since it's made purely out of sugar, and that's the food for the brewer's yeast. Right, yeah, that's true. Right? That's why you need the honey, right? Because the honey's the thing that's becoming the alcohol, right? I guess the thing I thought I was remembering was during the musk, I think is what they called it. When you put, it's not really about making it alcoholic anymore. It's about imparting flavor to it. And then I think you're supposed to put all your berries or your spices or whatever, and you're supposed to let it sit even for up to like a year or something, just to impart the flavor of the musk, not necessarily to make it more alcoholic. At least that's what I remember, which, like I said, was like 5 years ago. So I thought that was part of it, but maybe I'm wrong, or maybe they were wrong. I mean, I don't know. Don't trust everything you see on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Maya would have to die? But why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that! She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous! She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. Is it really that ridiculous to you, Phoenix? Because we've gone through a court case about this already. You know what I mean? Enjoy the rest of this wild case. Sounds good, Papa. We'll see you here in a bit. I mean, it might be a little bit longer than normal. But we'll try to come by later, dude. Have fun in your stream, dude. I appreciate the lurk, man. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter. And naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well.
How could anyone do that?
The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. You? You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would simply have used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Yeah, like she gives a shit, dude.
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
She's a backstabber? You, the one that convinced your father to leave her at a fucking temple when you were babies? Which I don't understand, because I thought you guys were babies. So I don't know how a baby convinced her father to leave her sister there, but you just said that you did that. So she's the backstabber? Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
That's absurd! Maya is just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I have despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. Why did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan?
Why
Or, oh, sorry, not why, what? What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, but being the kind and gentle soul that you are, you may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? It's not like that woman, or I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself.
How could it be for yourself? I don't really understand that.
For my own personal satisfaction.
Oh, that's why. Just because you wanted to? Is that what you're saying? What did you say?
So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead.
Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was?
Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay.
Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born and the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and, in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious.
So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal.
All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think to get revenge.
On Mia.
Revenge? It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it! She meant to kill Maya! Gotta keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan, and what she was after as well.
Okay, so I gotta present something now, though, right? Goal plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. Before it to work, Maya had to die. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. Oh, my bad. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to succeed anyways. Do you understand why I would kill Maya now? What my goal was? You said that evidence. That evidence. I hate when Phoenix says that, dude. Honestly, I have no idea what he means by that evidence. Dude, I gotta present that thing, that thing, you know, that thing I sent you. You get that thing I sent you? All right, let's take a look here. Oh, duh, that makes sense. The thing I already said. Son of a bitch. She did it because she's trying to get revenge on Mia. I knew that. I just said that. Right. That's why we did the whole court case where she got mad at Mia and said she'd come back. And I guess she wasn't lying. She came back for her sister. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey.
I somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible?
Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes. And I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how did you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on. Forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans.
Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. Yeah, petty and stupid.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you there's not a thing you can do to me. That night. About 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So it was Alistu Nim who channeled her after all.
Oh, wow. Okay. Why? What? Why?
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing.
Oh! Her jiggling cheeks are funny.
She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom
and was stabbed apparently by Maya, according to Iris, or yourself, I suppose. But then you were stabbed in the back. So does that mean that Iris did see it and then stabbed her? Who would have stabbed her in the back then? I guess we'll have to find out. Huh. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute. Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all! Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork!
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back.
Oh, that's why it's upside down, because she was writing it, okay, behind her back.
I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
Do you think Pearls came up and stabbed her from behind? Who would have stabbed her? You know what I mean? Dude, I'm so confused here.
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself.
Well, who was in there? Maya, right? So she must have woke up in Maya's body, I guess?
Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey had died, or was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern?
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya? And I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well in the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse if I had, as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
Iris did?
The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place.
I think I was right. I think she turned into Maya and then she swapped with Iris, right? Yeah, okay. When Iris went in there. Interesting.
I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean by your plan had actually succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed it was Pearl Fay.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fay, the picture book author.
What? I mean, that was obvious, right? I mean, we knew that. Like, earlier, she was describing things that made it obvious that that was the case. I mean, right? Like, what the fuck, dude? You kidding me? That you're just now realizing that, Judge?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden. It was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
Ugh. No way! Oh, order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
You don't know that, though. Ridiculous! That's nonsense!
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fay had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be.
Right here in front of us, right? Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River, where else?
Eagle River?
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever.
Except for yours and Phoenix's, though, apparently.
So, what do you have to say now, Feeny?
Oh, No, nice, it's Godot's phone. This is his Godot's theme. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. It's probably because we're getting the blood back from the dagger, and so we can see whose blood is actually on that dagger, because it might not actually be Misty's, I guess. We'll see.
What kind of ringtone is that? Says the guy with the Steel Samurai ringtone.
Godot here. Okay, thanks. Beep. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern.
That's great! What about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Huh? Because Maya's right here in front of us.
Don't look so surprised.
Well, the thing is, like, how has Dahlia not figured out that she is Maya? You know what I mean? How has she not figured that out? Because who else would she be? She's a ghost, so she wouldn't actually be here without someone else's help, right? So who does Dahlia think she's in? You know what I mean? Isn't that weird? Oh, Yuna's gonna call me the murderer. Oh, I see how it is, Yuna. Oh, that's funny. I might be guilty. Maybe. Never mind. Oh, no, it's all good. Okay, you're just making a joke. Alright, let's see here.
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Where is she?
There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern.
No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
I thought it's a random Twitch chat game. No, it's something I made up, you know. It was for Phoenix Wright, obviously, for whatever game we're playing, which is, I mean, Phoenix Wright's my whodunit game. Yeah, you get to guess who it is. If you guess it right, I will, by the end of it, once it's revealed or whatever who the actual killer is, I'll give you a stream loot pack, is the thought. And if you guess it, the earlier you guess it, the more packs I would like to give. You know, that's how I want to play it off. It's only, I think we've only had a couple people win so far, though. But yeah, you get one more guest if you want. Just do murder again with an actual guest if you want to actually like participate in it, like for reals. But joke answers are totally fine. I totally get it. I'm just glad that you're interacting with my commands, and that's good enough for me. I see. Yeah, you know, I'm trying to add some unique things to my channel, so that's been one of the things. I wrote a little program that does that. I don't know if you've seen it yet, Yuna, but we do also have Hangman now. So if we ever want to play some Hangman, we can do that. That's a chat game that I made, and all the Hangman answers are quotes from the channel and the names of games that I've streamed. So yeah, you know, I'm trying to think of some stuff. Hopefully you guys like it. Let's see here.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No.
No! Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that.
It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Dunim was known as also known as Misty Fey. Was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped into her death into the raging waters of Eagle River.
It can't be.
Like, it literally can't. I don't know why nobody's, like, thought to think of, like, so who the fuck is standing in front of us right now? Like, nobody's thought about that. It's just like, oh, this is just Dahlia. She's dead, but she's still standing here. And there's nobody that's currently channeling her right now. It's like, that's what they're fucking saying. Like, obviously, it must be Maya. I mean, especially, like, given her story, it's obvious that she's Maya, right? Like, it must be that. I'll be very surprised if it's not. All right, let's see what happens. Huh. Right. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever's left, no matter how improbable, has to be true. He's quoting Sherlock Holmes right now. Whatever remains must be the truth. Oh, it's supposed to be whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. He missed part of the line. I'm pretty sure that's how Sherlock says it. No matter how improbable it may seem. Oh, he just says it differently. Okay. That's not quite how the quote goes, I think. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. So she would have hit the ground, right? Because we had testified before that if you're too close to the side, like with the last crime, that they would have hit the ground, not the water, right?
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
What?
Don't get your panties all twisted up, trite. I was in this case, standing right next to Mia last time we had a case in this area. So just relax and think it through. The whole thing again.
So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River?
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
It would be the overhead map.
Is that what this one is? Yeah, see, because there's like that rocky area all right next to that side of it. So it's gotta be this. Take that! It's impossible to jump into Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Yeah, that's right. We read the case. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh! You're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we would be able to see her body in this photo. Ha! So you finally figured it out.
No!
Order!
You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
I got to switch her voice again really fast there. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you were talking about?
That's obviously a bluff.
Let me save really quick. I know I'm gonna get this right, but we're gonna save it. It's been a minute since I've saved.
So where is her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment.
Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey is here. You can't. You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. No, a little sad Pearls.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there any explanation as for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone called me before Pearl did, but who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who could have called you before she did. I'll just say it like that. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. I can't figure it out either. I'm too stupid. Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey.
What?
It's funny that she doesn't know whose body she's in. But how could that be? Remember what this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Ha! Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
To protect herself? From me?
Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
You mean, that's when she channeled me?
All this time, you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
No. Don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp?
That's a very different Dahlia face.
Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't it obvious?
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out of the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever have given her such a brilliant idea?
Well, Me, of course. Oh, hey, it's Mia. Fuck yeah, Pearls is here. Since when is fucking Pearls here? Holy shit, hold up, what? When did fucking Pearls get in here? Did Mia like channel into her and then run in there? Oh, that's awesome. That's cool that Mia is the one that gave her the idea too. Oh man, this is gonna make tears come in my eyes. Fuck yeah, dude. The callback. Mia! Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. And Godot just like, what the hell is happening right now? So it's true. It was you. Yes. Ha! You're something else. But what? What are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back on that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. Alright, give me a second, Stella. We're right in the middle of this. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. I'm sorry, my bad. Oh, not your bad. Like, you didn't do anything bad. It's all good. She did that? I can't believe it. I just don't want to get rid of the momentum we got with the story. Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear. And that was? I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived.
So it was Maya who put the lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. Namely Pearls, huh? By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes. Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you! I won't forget this. Okay, I think this is a good point where I can do a recap real quick. So, okay, so a lot of crazy stuff's happened. I'm gonna try to blitz through it though, because there's a lot of it. Okay, so today what we found out was, so Iris came in. She was trying to say that she was guilty of trying to cover up the murder, and she was basically trying to pin everything on Maya. What she had said was that Elise, Domm, and Maya were in the garden, and Elise Domm tried to, she saw, like, Iris witnessed this. She saw Elise trying to stab Maya, but then Maya got the knife from her and then stabbed her instead. And so she's basically trying to pin everything on Maya, that Maya was the murderer. And then she said that she, as Iris, helped cover up the body by taking it over to the bridge, but the bridge was on fire already. So apparently what she did, and this is the crazy part, I hope you're sitting down for this, she somehow got one of the snapped cables, that because it's a suspension bridge, and so it had a cable, and one of them snapped from the anchor, and so she apparently got the end of it somehow. It was never explained. She tied up Elise's body with the cable, and then she swung her under the bridge, which is why Larry's photo existed. Let me give you some visuals here. So this is why Larry's photo exists, because Larry's photo is actually upside down. So that is actually her body swinging underneath it from a suspension cable, and then apparently the cable lets go at its, the parabolic arc or whatever, and then she falls and lands on the other side, and that's why she has all the bruises, because she fell from 10 feet after being stabbed, right? So, and that's also why the amethyst crystal ball or whatever was there, because it landed with her and fell out of her staff, because apparently she sent the staff with her. I don't know, whatever. So that's what Iris was trying to say, that she brought the body over there. We figured out, well, if she did get the body over there, she must have used a pendulum of the cables. It's fucking crazy, dude. And then trying to see, and then we pointed out that Elise was Misty Faye, so it would have been mother and daughter fighting, which didn't make a whole lot of sense. And then trying to fast forward a little bit here because there's some small details, but basically what happens is we end up figuring out that this is actually Dahlia here, not Iris, because that's why she sort of just completely changed her tone and stuff and started like trying to blame Maya all of a sudden, because that's not what Iris would do. And so Phoenix is starting to get suspicious that it was Dahlia, and so we ended up having to prove that it was Dahlia, or that it could be Dahlia, I guess. And what we ended up proving that was with when Edgeworth lost track of Iris, and Iris went to the Sacred Temple or whatever during that earthquake last week. And so that was enough opportunity for Dahlia to then switch places with Iris. So after going through that, I mean, there were some other steps too, but basically after going through that, we ended up proving that it was Dahlia. So Dahlia kind of just admits it. She's like, yeah, I'm Dahlia. And you got me, I guess, but you can't punish me because I'm already dead. And so what we found out since then is what actually happened is on that night, Dahlia was channeled by someone, and who she was channeled by was Misty Faye. So Elise Dunim channeled Dahlia. Here, let me try to do this. So here we go. So Elise Dunim or Misty Faye channeled Dahlia. So that Dahlia, immediately picked up the staff. She thought she was Pearls. And so then she goes over to the inner temple to, let me get more visual aids here. So she goes over to the inner temple, and she goes to try to kill Maya, because the whole plan was just to kill Maya, because they didn't know Elise was Misty. And so she tries to kill Maya. She does the knife fight. She was the one who was Elise trying to knife Maya, because that actually happened in the garden, apparently. And maybe Iris did see it, I guess. I'm not so sure on the details anymore. But she tried to knife Maya, but as she was like about to knife Maya, she went unconscious because she thinks she got stabbed, is what Dahlia was saying. Stabbed in the back, which would make sense because that's what the autopsy report says. So she lost consciousness, right? And Dahlia was convinced that Maya must have been the one that stabbed her. And so she was thinking, okay, well, I guess that probably made Maya so guilty, like guilt-ridden, that she would have thrown herself into the river because she killed her own mother. And so she thought Maya was dead, like case closed. But what happened to Dahlia was once she had gone unconscious because Elise, I guess, was dying, she got channeled back again into somebody else. And so the next thing she woke up, she was inside the sacred temple, or the sacred cavern or whatever, where Maya was supposed to be training. So what had happened was Maya channeled Dahlia while she was in the sacred temple, and what it's just come out, because Mia's all of a sudden here, is apparently Mia convinced Maya to do so to keep herself safe, because, like, if Dahlia's in her body, then I guess she can't kill herself, as Maya, I guess, you know what I mean? And so it was Mia's idea, we just found out, that Maya would then trap herself in there, right? So what happened was, when Iris came back to try to open the lock to get Maya free, she did in fact get the lock open, and then Dahlia forced Iris, like Dahlia in Maya's body, forced Iris into the cavern and then added 5 locks. And that's why all of a sudden there were 5 locks. And so that's how she switched places, was during the earthquake. She did all that. And I guess that's pretty much where we're at now. But another detail, which we heard about it last week, is but Dahlia confirmed as well, again, that this was all a plan from Morgan Faye that Morgan had told Dahlia about while they were in prison, like just before Dahlia was executed. She got to talk to Morgan about this, and she didn't even care for the plan because she doesn't give a shit. But what she wanted was to kill Maya just because she wanted to get back at Mia, because Mia's the one that sent her to death row in the first place. So the fact that she thought Maya had died, because, okay, so Dahlia was in Maya's body, right? She didn't know that. She thought she was in Pearl's body yet again. But Maya had actually channeled it this time. And so she made it all the way to court here, and she didn't know she was in Maya's body. She thought she was in Pearl's body this whole time. And then we finally deduced that she must be Maya. And then that was like a mind blown to her. She's like, what? I'm Maya? Fuck. So pretty crazy. Thank you for the recap, but this is a wild and I never saw these twists coming, right? It's pretty crazy. It is definitely crazy. Yeah, and so now we have Dahlia here, and she's pretty upset. So I think that it's like perfect that Iris had dark hair, because when Maya channeled Dahlia, she gets her hair cut and everything, right? So then she has, which doesn't really make sense, right? Because Mia has Pearl's haircut. I don't know, whatever. Maybe she did her hair up really fast, but either way, it made her hair dark instead of red like Dahlia's was, right? So then she looks exactly like Iris, and then it would make sense that it was Maya's body because of the dark hair as well, right? So there you go. Pretty crazy stuff.
How dare you? I won't forget this.
Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say?
What do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. Yeah, when she was like 13 or something, right? You got your hands on the $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Follis escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny.
You? Wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face!
And now this. You've messed up again and let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you.
Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death.
True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me.
What? What did you say?
Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. Oh, hell yeah, dude. These ghosts are just shit-talking, dude. I love it. I didn't know that Elise was Misty Fey. Oh, did you miss that last week, Stella? Were you not here last week? Because we did uncover that last week. It might have been late in the stream, I guess. You might have gone to bed at that point. But we did find that out last week. Because we got, what the piece of evidence that told us this is that she had this. Elise Unim was wearing the Korean Master's Talisman, which was our evidence to prove that she was indeed Misty Fey. So, yeah, pretty interesting, right? Pretty crazy, if you ask me. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you. Because you were already dead.
What about it?
Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on. Forever. I think I was snoring to you. Yeah, probably. It's all good. That's very true, Dahlia. That's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong! It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. Cold. Well, I was wrong. Well, you know, I like your conviction, Isidore. I applaud you for that, my good sir. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Ah! I can't scream. Sorry, guys. Just imagine me screaming to this. My throat is giving out. No, what the fuck? Dahlia's ghost? Holy crap, that's crazy. Whoa, she's like a boss, dude. She's like Lydia or whatever, Sword of Mikola. She's got the red hair and everything. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Should have made her give a demon voice. Nope, I don't have demon voice ready to go. This is a cool finale, dude. What the fuck is happening in this game? How long have you been here, Lemur? It's Maya! Oh my god.
Nick, sis.
It's so weird to see Maya with her hair down. Yeah, how long have you been watching tonight, Lemur? It's been fucking crazy tonight, dude. I just had to walk off stream for a second earlier, dude, because I was just like, what the fuck? It was about the whole pendulum thing. I was just like, you're fucking kidding me, dude. Now then. I assume you are the real Iris?
Yes. I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up.
Probably 30, 45 minutes. Okay, yeah, you missed a lot of the crazy stuff, dude. It is fucking gnarly, man. So crazy. I mean, I thought that any mini case was crazy. This one's pretty fucking crazy. This one's more unbelievable than the any mini case. I think it's way more unbelievable. Not that it has to be believable for us to have a good time, though.
It appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor,
it looks like she went back to hell. Went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor?
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, my younger brother was quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique.
He's got that magazine of O Occult.
Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of O Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way.
At any rate, It's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
What, Godot? You son of a bitch and your coffee. Gonna drag this out even more?
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What?
That's right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I think the thing is that we still don't know who killed her, right? We don't know who stabbed her. That's why it's not over yet. I mean, it's over for the defense because, I mean, we were like, okay, well, it wasn't our client, so I bid you adieu. You know what I mean? We could just leave because we know it's not Maya and it wasn't Iris, so that's all we needed. That's what we were trying to prove.
I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed.
Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. At least Unim, no, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over? Yeah, we have a whole nother trial section. I kept wondering how that was going to still come up. Because we still have like a whole other area in the walkthrough of like another set of the trial.
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial.
I don't think that's how it works, Godot. I think if we prove her innocent, that means that you just need to investigate. Man, sometimes this anime logic really twists my brain.
We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence.
Well, I mean, isn't there evidence that proves her innocence? Can we just kind of do that? I guess she still could have stabbed her, I guess. I mean, but I thought she was in a room or whatever. Fuck, I don't know, dude. I'm tired of it. No way!
But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call a final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed.
Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's only one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
We're actually gonna call Iris up this time instead of it being Dahlia and Maya's body? It's actually gonna be Iris?
Someone who saw the murder take place. The very person who saw the mother killed in front of her own eyes.
Oh, Maya. Duh. Yeah, you mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's been through.
We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, it's right. I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case.
How would you fucking know that, Godot? Go fuck yourself, dude.
Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
Okay, fair enough. You got us there, okay? That has happened a handful of times, but fuck you, Godot.
You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess.
February 10th, 2:56 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. I don't like seeing Iris cry. She looks so sad.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day and didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dolly had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dolly was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute I ran away. Because of that. Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up...
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
Because Flawless, he killed himself right there in the courtroom.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando.
Ah, sweet. We get to figure out what happened to Diego. Was he the one that was poisoned? Did Dolly poison Armando, dude? And that's why he can't see?
After poisoning Mr. Armando, he was getting too close to learning the truth.
There it was. There it was. Can't believe I didn't put those together earlier.
Dolly even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right.
Iris. There's one more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes? What is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Alistu Nim, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone.
Nope.
There was a problem. Come to the inner temple right away.
I got on the snowmobile and headed to the inner temple. But...
The path to the inner temple was cut off, right?
Exactly.
We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it?
Who the fuck was the person on the phone, dude? Actually, I still don't believe that. I don't believe that that could have happened. That is fucking unbelievable, dude.
It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much.
Oh, okay, so it was the cane. The sword cane was the murder weapon?
Staff that Mr. Gillis always held.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with a shishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. I feel like we've said that to her like 5 times now. One last thing, one last thing, one last thing. Just answer me one thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see. Victim's staff has a sword hidden inside the actual weapon used to murder the victim. Defendant!
Yes?
The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay.
Something she wants to tell me?
She's blushing.
So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning.
Phoenix. Mia! How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly in this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Nim really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure out that answer. I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe, I know who it was.
That night, the victim was killed in the garden in the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to Hazakura Temple side by a pendulum. Wrong voice font. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I was still on the phone from the phone call earlier. Thanks, Yuna. My bad.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. I think I got the right one now.
I appreciate you. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck in the inner temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day.
That's as much of the help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia.
Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself.
Larry, wouldn't it be crazy if it was Larry Butts? That would be fucking crazy. I don't think Larry is competent enough to be the one, to be honest, if I'm completely honest with you. If it's not, Mala? It's Pearl? You mean Maya? I guess is probably what you were meant to say, is Pearl. Yeah, that's the thing is, like, okay, the person who called them, it couldn't have been Pearl just because of, like, what like, why would Pearl have a cell phone and all that stuff, I guess? But she's the only one that was left over there. She wasn't Hazakor Temple. She was trapped over there, you know? So I get why you're saying Pearl. Looks like they are all protecting someone. Yeah, they're all protecting someone. But was it someone we met? Could it still be Bikini, Isidore? Huh? I mean, probably not. But it's somebody who wasn't at Hazakor Temple. I mean, Larry and Pearl are the only two, right? I mean, and Maya, I guess. But Maya was the one that witnessed it, so it would have to have been Pearl's, or... that's all I got. I really only have Pearl's. She was the only other one over there, right? Huh. I don't know. We're going to have to find out, man. Seems like Bikini, she was like her mother. Yeah, Bikini was at Hazakor Temple. That's why I'm thinking it couldn't have been, because we're trying to figure out who the killer was, because the killer is what we're saying is the person who called her, which I don't know if it's a red herring or not. It might be. But if we're saying the killer called her, Bikini was at Hazakor Temple because she was found there by Phoenix. So that's why it feels like it can't be Bikini. This would have had to have been somebody who was over there, right? I don't know. I'm going to save again, though. Double save, baby, double save. That means it's extra secure, right? February 10th, 3:36 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Alright, just checking on something. Alright.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier.
Oh, the blood test, right? Because if that wasn't the murder weapon, then whose blood is that, right? Tests?
Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that we found stuck in the pine tree.
Oh yeah, that!
I totally forgot about it.
Well, I didn't, Phoenix.
Come on, bro.
That's the weapon that Maya Fey used to, when she fought with the victim. That is the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim.
So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or...
Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood.
Ah, interesting. I had a feeling it was going to be something like that.
That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial.
So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it?
Dagger. Found stuck in a pine tree in Inner Temple Garden. The blood doesn't match the victim's.
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but... this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
Why is his beard getting longer per episode? Is it? I didn't even notice that, dude. I'd have to go back. I didn't even notice. It's his, well, as his brother would say, it's his preseason beard. Isn't that what it is? Preseason? I can't remember what he says. Or his playoff beard. His playoff beard, right? That's what he calls it. He grows his beard for the playoffs, hockey playoffs, I guess. But that's his brother, not this judge. So I don't know how to explain this judge. Maybe he likes hockey too, just doesn't talk about it. I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly.
Agreed.
Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Maya.
According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Curry and Chanley technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it.
Probably because she doesn't want to be in danger all the time, dude. She's probably tired of being fucking accused of murder, man. I would be.
Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Fey,
Anxiously waiting for the answer as I play Stardew Valley. Nice, hell yeah, dude. Getting some work done on the old farm, huh?
When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And you witnessed the moment of Elise Dunim's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see anything.
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But I...
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do to finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us all squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ah, poor Maya. She doesn't want to be here, dude. She's the fucking victim, dude. At the Inner Temple.
I was passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and I ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
Something warm splashed over her? Something warm splashed over her. That's weird. Splashed? Interesting word choice there.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff.
Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Huh. Can't say I was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through the testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Nope.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all.
At the Inner Temple.
I was passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened.
Who else was in the Inner Temples? Who else was on the Inner Temple side that night?
Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well.
On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal.
So then, did Iris actually come later like she said?
Well, let me think.
She seems confused, probably because she's so tired.
No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Suddenly someone struck me over the head.
Who did it? Who hit you?
Well... I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was?
Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember.
Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do?
Leave her alone, press her harder. We're gonna press her harder. I'm sorry, Maya. I gotta say it before this happens, in case I regret it. I don't want to hurt Maya. Press her harder. Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person?
Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it.
It was dark?
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime.
which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something. I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely
The spirit that was channeled by Elise Dunim, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern.
What happened afterwards?
My attacker was in front of me, blocking my escape, I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting.
So what were the two things rolling around in your mind?
My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2.
What?
You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable, given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
I think I screamed, "Help me!"
You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that was my last hope.
Wow, sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details?
What did she scream? My last hope? Let's say my last hope. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No! That's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me."
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like... What do you call it when that happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming for help. Ah!
What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
What? Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person.
I am... Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Ha! It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in the chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern.
So the stone lantern was lit. So how could she not see then? What? A man? Who was this man?
Well, you see, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see?
She's used this excuse twice now.
Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Why are you getting all, like, sassy on me now, dude? And a man.
A lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training.
Okay, so here's another thing we never addressed that I just kind of thought of. All around the lantern, there was like snow brushed away, and it was all clear of snow. So when did that happen? Butts, is he really going to be? Dude, would it be fucking crazy if it was Larry? Dude, if it was fucking Larry, oh my god. That's all I gotta say about that. Is oh my god. Thank you, Alpha. You got it, bud. There you are. Thank you. Appreciate it.
They always light it when the acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say? Under the lanterns, darkness reigns. Under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker, who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. Then something warm splashed over me.
Was that her own mother's blood? What the fuck?
You don't mean... was it? I didn't know at the time, but... I think it was probably blood.
Is she saying that's when Miss Dunim, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer?
At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me.
And that's why it was all cleaned up, right?
That's when I lost consciousness.
So what happened next?
I don't remember.
How were you saved? You didn't even remember that?
No. I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all.
That's too bad.
I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something.
Okay, so there's gotta be something. Let me look at the... Was not lit the night of the crime. This has got to be the contradiction, so let's do that. Someone struck me in the head, stumbled, stone lantern. I could see the man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. So then let's go ahead and save, just because it's nice to save. Present. So there was a man standing behind your attacker.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it's a woman just because she's trying to keep it as a secret, right? And so she might be like throwing a red herring saying it was a man. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Dunim, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer?
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? Well, what is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Order, order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this.
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait.
Cafe au lait?
Is that even legal? Mr. Tright's words are the milk and you are the spoon, Your Honor.
I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard. I'll have you know.
He's no spoony bard. Spoony bard. What would a spoony bard be? Is that a joke of some sort that I just don't get? Spoony bard. I don't know. Moving on.
You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Sorry, but that's not going to cut it.
What did you say?
That's not. We're not gonna fucking take your shit, Godot. If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick!
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man.
Ah!
In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite it being so dark, she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No!
Order! What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw a real killer under pitch black conditions? Objection! Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
Well, they would have had a cell phone, right? There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Like things that glow? Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother.
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
You must be someone we're really close to. That's why it's almost sounded more like Larry, dude.
Ha! You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't! Please, stop!
There you go. The butts. Who did you guess before, Stella? Somebody had already guessed Larry. Was it you? I wonder what your first guess was, though.
Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth.
I will not change my answer, though I know I'm wrong. Hey, I appreciate that. Your guys' conviction, Isidore. That's good. It's good.
All right, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who is this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness?
I mean, all I can think is it's Larry, but I gotta look it up. We're going really late tonight. Let's see. Oh my god, what this is? Oh, this is a crazy turn, guys. This is crazy. I think I said Sister Bikini or Iris. Oh, is that what you had before? Okay, right on. I know a lot of us thought it was Bikini for sure. Oh my god, I'm not even gonna tell you what this one is, guys. I'm just gonna go for it. But I wanna read their explanation for how I was supposed to figure this out. Huh, okay. So the thing I'm supposed to present here, and I would not have guessed this. I don't know if any of you guys would. It was Godot. She saw Godot's visor in the darkness. Because his visor must light up. Which, for the record, we've never been told that, I don't think. Maybe there was an animation at some point where it showed him in the dark, but I don't think we've ever been told that it actually glows. I don't know. But here we go. Because it was pitch black, Ms. Fey was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes?
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in the courtroom be turned off.
What? This is... But it can't be.
Huh. Look at that. That's a pretty cool little animation, huh? No shit, I get it. Yeah, pretty crazy, right? That was a nice bit of deduction, trait. It's pretty interesting. So I guess that's why Godot. Let me just go ahead and think about this for a moment before it tells us what I'm thinking about. I guess that means, so Godot wasn't the prosecutor this whole time because he was like busy. Maybe he was like working on something. I don't remember what they said, how much detail they gave us. And so he was working on this somehow? It'll be interesting to see how he knew all this was going to happen. But if he was the real killer, he was stuck on the other side. Yeah, he must have been stuck on the other side, but why? Why was he there? I mean, I get that he might want to have revenge on Dahlia, right? But, I don't know. It's just kind of weird for Godot to get involved in all this. He must have found out maybe about the plan that Dahlia and Morgan were hatching in prison. Which maybe he would have, because maybe they would have recorded the conversation or something. And, you know, what things that happen in prison or whatever. And so then he must have tried to intervene. That means he was the one that was calling Iris and telling her to... I mean, I guess that doesn't necessarily mean that, but he must have been the person calling Iris and saying these things. Huh. That's crazy, man. We didn't meet him till the bridge was fixed. That's true. That is true. But, I mean, regardless, I was just trying to go by what the story told us, which was that he had disappeared or he was busy or something. I can't remember what they said. But either way, he was indisposed the whole time. So yeah, that makes sense that he could have been there. Very interesting, man. Very interesting. Because he didn't just show up either. He must have snuck back across, right? Because we didn't even see him out there while we were like Edgeworth or anything, or even Phoenix when we came back, right? Maybe he popped up, but I don't think he did. I think we were still talking about Karma, right? I don't know. I'd have to go back and check. Huh, crazy, dude. Crazy, man. Still have another fucking twist for us. Okay, here we go. That was a nice bit of deduction, trait. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw the night of the murder.
Order, order, order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Ha! Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. That's one of his rules.
Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
Yeah. You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya!
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason.
What? Or what? What? Well, maybe it wasn't good, though. Would that be crazy if they just still red herringed us?
Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but...
Here we go.
When I came to, I was just laying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person who did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would make sense that Pearls wouldn't be able to do that. You know what I mean? There's no way Pearls could do all this stuff. Pearls couldn't even pick up the body and move it, you know? I mean, maybe if she had Dolly's spirit, which we were gone over, that didn't happen.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot says, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused.
So maybe it wasn't Godot. I thought that was going to be a crazy twist. But then they just untwisted it really quick.
Excite made you look. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
When I came to, I was just laying there on the training hall floor.
So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple.
It could only have been the killer.
That's what I think too.
So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple.
By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed.
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again.
The torches were lit, and the body was gone.
The torches were lit?
Yes. That's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably lit them since it's impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya.
Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too.
So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow?
It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away?
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of victims' blood sprayed into the snow?
Yeah. Mary, I collapsed and ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with the blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount.
That's true. You could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood.
It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will I think this will help explain them. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on.
When I came to, I was just laying there on the training hall floor.
Oh, that's the beginning of it. Okay. So we got more information now. Should we press that second one again? Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something like that the killer desperately wanted to hide. There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one on the inner temple that night. The only one at it. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden...
She may have thought that you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what happened.
They did it for your sake?
Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Kurian, killed by own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it.
But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives.
And here's two thoughts. So, Godot, right? If he was the one that was there, which I'm not so sure is the case at this point, then how did he see the blood? Because he never sees blood? You know what I mean? Because everything's red for him. How would he even know where the blood was in the snow? But what I'm saying right now actually sort of corresponds with the fact that he didn't clean up the name Maya on the lantern because he wouldn't have been able to see that. But I don't know if he can't see that, then how did he see the blood on the snow? So I don't know. I don't know if all that adds up.
But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you?
The torches were lit. And the body was gone.
We've already pressed that, right? Right? Didn't I already press this one? The torches were lit? Oh, yeah, okay, I remember now. Alright, we gotta press something here, present something. Let's go back to the beginning, take a look. Oh, let's go ahead and save real quick, too. Team 2, I was just lying there in the training floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. It was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence. This is the one we got her to say. Torches were lit, but the body was gone, and all the snow around the lantern had been carefully cleaned up. that. I just assumed it was a man. It's probably the extra one she said. Just for my sake. Let's look at the court record here. For my sake. Maybe it would be a profile? I just don't know what profile it would. Yeah, I have no idea, honestly. I was gonna get a hint here. Oh, okay. Duh, yeah, that makes sense. I was just talking about it. Man, I do that all the time where I mention the piece of evidence that I need to use, and then I don't even think about putting it together. Like, oh my god, I'm so dumb. Okay. So, I was just talking about the stone lantern, how it still says Maya. So if he was doing it for her sake, then why did he leave her name? Obviously, that's the contradiction. What the fuck, dude? How did I not think about that? Come on, dude. Damn, that's that streaming poo brain, I think. I think if I wasn't streaming, I would have caught that. All right, let's see here. The body of Elise Nim was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. And then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that was suspect was covered in blood. Wait, the snow that the suspect wait. Oh, I keep saying that's the suspect, but it's that we suspect. Okay, I got it. The snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Gateau. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya.
Ah!
If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? No, you're right. Order, order, order! But Mr. Wright! Isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. Finally, Godot objects. He hasn't said like anything this whole time. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? Probably because he couldn't see it, because you couldn't see it? If it was you?
I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern?
The killer wrote it to pin the crime on Maya. The killer didn't notice it. I guess I'm going to say the killer didn't notice it. Because if it was Godot, then that's the case. Prosecutor Godot, early in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
You're right. There's no way any normal person would.
What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
And who would that be? Who is the person that would have failed to notice the bloody writing?
I mean, it's obviously Godot. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up.
So we did see him there. Okay. So that helps us because I forgot we did see him there. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to be echoing this stuff.
Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern, there's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle.
Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? So then how do you see it in the snow? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Très Bien. Oh, okay. No, I'm getting it. Okay, so he removed all of that snow because they mentioned earlier that he removed more snow than he needed to because he knew blood was there, but he didn't know where it was. Maybe that's why he removed so much snow. And he didn't even think that someone would have written something on the lantern, right? During the poison case at Très Bien. This is the apron that the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on it. Oh shit, I forgot to
make it in the past. There's something still bothering you, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Ha! It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. Are you kidding me, dude? What a silly thing to say, man. Come on, Godot.
I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer! But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth.
Crazy. It's so crazy to think that it's Godot, man. That's how he answers the question, right? I know, it's totally a Godot way of answering it too, huh? That's so funny. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunim, also known as Miss Misty Fey.
It's hard to believe this may be true, however. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Huh. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into a killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area?
Yes. Why didn't he just take that area? Ah, could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He could have been able to see just fine. It seems. And once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Maya says hold it.
Wait! Wait just a minute!
Maya? What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection! I wish she puffs up her cheeks. Maya.
Uh,
You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but Eek!
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't. I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right.
But please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice.
Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Huh. Nicely done, Trite. Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the Inner Temple, too.
So she's gonna blame it all on pearls? Maya, I swear to God, if you fuck with my pearls, I love you, Maya. But come on. Oh, I totally missed what you said earlier, I'm sorry. One of the reasons why he can't part the Red Sea, yeah, there you go. Is that why he swims in the Red Sea? Yeah, because he wouldn't know it's red. It's just a sea to him. Well, Godot doesn't know. If it has to do with red, Godot don't know. I need to switch to my other headphones really quick, because my wireless ones are dying. They do last quite a while, though. It was 5 hours. 5 hours in a single charge. And the left one's still good. It's the right one that keeps barking at me. 5 hours? Ain't bad. There we go. Switch over to these bad boys. Oh, they're going to be cold. Oh, they're cold. All right, after the incident, here we go.
Pearly was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived in the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up.
Aw, he was the first one to see pearls? Who is this Pearly? Is she really gonna blame it on Pearly? I hope not, dude. How could she? That's her cousin, dude. And Pearly loves Maya, dude. Oh, that would be so horrible.
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
Look at the adorable little Pearly. She's so adorable. So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Yeah, real smart.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath.
The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot! Doesn't he have like a bias at this point? Since we're kind of pointing the finger at him.
let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright?
Let's get this cross-examination started. She has spent hundreds of hours in a courtroom at this point. How would she not know about hearsay, right? Absolutely, man. I mean, it is Maya, though, dude. You gotta take that into account. She is, she's not always paying attention. You know what I mean? I love it when she looks determined, though. Her and Pearls.
Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night.
So where did you think Pearls slept that night?
In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during the Acolyte's training.
But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place?
It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya.
She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense.
Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Sunim.
The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone.
She searched the entire inner temple side, end to end?
Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone. And there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times.
The inner temple side has two structures, the training hall and the spare prepper.
And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
There was a storage shack too?
Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room.
Nope, wrong button. She's also a teen, right? Who's also a teen? Oh, you're talking about Maya. Yeah. I'm pretty sure she is. We can check her age real quick. Yeah, she's 19. Yeah, so she's still barely a teen, I guess. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the... Wait, Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge?
What do you mean?
I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge.
Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl. All alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the Sacred Cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with a trick lock.
She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls.
What happened after the bridge was finally fixed?
That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time.
So it was your first time on the Inner Temple side, Mr. Godot?
That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass.
So he had never visited Hazakor Temple or the Inner Temple, huh?
Ha! You want to say something, Trite?
In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is.
Very well. Please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right?
Ooh, 19! She looks younger than her age. Oh yeah, for sure. They don't change her model from the very beginning, and she starts out being like 16 or something, right? I think this I think it's a 3-year deal, I think. Each game kind of spans over a year or something like that. But yeah, they don't change her model at all, so she still looks like she did when she's at her youngest. So yeah, I totally get that. Yeah, and there's a lot of people who, a lot of new viewers when they come and they're like, what? Isn't she like a fucking preteen or something? Is she like 12? People say that a lot. It's like, nah, she's 19. But yeah, they never change her model, which is kind of interesting. Same thing with Pearls, I guess, but Pearls starts out in the second game is when you meet her. So she should at least be a year older, but she probably would look, pretty much the same. It'd be interesting if they did draw them as older people. Well, I think maybe in another game, if they show up, maybe then, like if Maya shows up in another game, maybe then she'll be older, I wonder. I guess we'll have to find out. We'll just have to wait. There we go.
Yes, then Mr. Godot, he found Pearly first and cheered her right up.
He cheered her up?
That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha! Cut it out. You're making me blush.
Not like he could see it.
This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one.
The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way. Judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style.
We're all just fucking going with the styles. That's hilarious to me. Forget it. Cheering Pearls up. Godot's investigation. Godot's investigation, I guess? That seems like it would be the most poignant thing to ask about, right? You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
So that's Godot style?
Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles.
The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty?
Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy?
So from there you headed to the prep room. You headed for the prep room.
Wait a sec. What did Godot say just now? I think I just found the proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Dunim.
Also, it was weird what he said just then because he, like, knew that it was a picture of Misty Faye. And how would he have known that? Because it was completely covered in gravy unless he saw it before it was covered in gravy. I wonder if that'll be part of it. I don't know, we'll see. Alright, so Pearly was also sucked. I'm Pearly first and cheered her right up. Now I could go through and ask him about the cheer up part. Let's try that. Let's press this again. He cheered her up?
That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha! Cut it out. You're making me blush.
This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one.
The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way. Judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style.
So you cheered Pearls up?
When I found that little girl,
The first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Fey.
Really?
The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there. She asked about you before she said anything about herself.
Pearly?
That sounds like pearls to me. I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. That's an alright metaphor. What a sweet story.
He had a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been in the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed the Lisu Nim.
Yeah, but what am I supposed to do to fucking figure that out, dude? Fuck. Alright, let me take one more look at everything, and then I'll probably just look for a clue on the internet. Alright, Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, very peppered. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. Found Pearly first and cheered her right up. I wonder if it'll be like the gravy thing here for the first time. I wonder. I don't know. We'll look it up. Ba, ba, ba. Oh, I nailed it! I nailed it! Present the gravy train. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place.
Why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll?
But, Mr. Godot is right! That scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? But why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that it was Misty Fey.
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
To take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there.
Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark,
then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Fey on there. True, but Mr. Godot scribed what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Oh.
Yes, it's possible that he knew that what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Gonna ask you just one little thing, Trait. What is it? This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that the crime was going to be committed.
That's right! Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak out onto the crime scene.
Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan? Orders from Morgan opened once before. I think this has got to be it, right? He was dead? What? What's your crazy plan here, Isidore? I think it's this one because it says it was open once before. We're gonna double check though. I nailed it again, guys. I nailed it again. This crime scene was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. These instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known there were instructions, that the instructions were hidden.
If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes? And when was that? During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center. Yes, it could be arranged if you were somebody with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order, order, order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned about a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue a damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life. His behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh?
Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies in the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. No, I accidentally hit Y. Oh, fuck. God damn it. I accidentally hit Y on my fucking attorney's badge, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Damn it. I done goofed, guys. I done goofed. Sorry, but at this point in life, I'm a lone wolf. I've got no connection to that person whatsoever. It wasn't a person. I clicked the fucking attorney's badge. Yeah, whatever. Blow it away. Fuck it, dude. Let me try again. Okay, let me save here real quick before I end up losing any more fucking points now. God damn it. I'm too fucking button happy. Okay, profiles. Mia. And let me double check because I've already lost enough fucking points. I'm pretty sure it's gotta be Mia. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yep, I was right. Boop. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Whoa, wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney?
With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. His piercing intellect, huh? The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Fawless killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked.
It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Fawless killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why. I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Oh, that's funny. I never really put it together, but that was like the biggest clue, wasn't it? Because we knew she had put it in his coffee. Like, who's the one who has coffee all the time? Fucking Godot, man. Of course. Even another reason why I should have put that together earlier.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all!
No official reports ever actually called it a murder.
I was just in a deep, deep coma.
I see.
My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently it was a miracle that I even regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Wow, he's in a coma for 5 years? Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
For 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years.
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For some reason, for someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Trite.
Huh? Me?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her. But you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor?
My other reason for living, she goes by the name Maya Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Korean village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearls' visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense. If Pearls had known the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. How did he... Hold on. How did he have the ability to contact Misty Fey? She had been gone for 17 years. But Godot just had her fucking cell phone number? Like, what? He knew Mia so well that he knew her mom, too? But even Mia was, like, estranged from her mother or whatever, right? Like, what? Okay. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in the backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But, how did you contact my mother?
She had been missing for
almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean, officially?
He called her through the astral plane. How, though? He's not a medium, right? Unless he is somehow, because only women are supposed to be mediums in this world. The fuck, I don't know, dude. You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government.
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of the Korean She said that Master of Korean had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police had been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. Why didn't you fucking connect Maya with her then?
So my mother was cooperating with you?
And you still stabbed her, dude? Fuck, dude. She was cooperating. Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She She was always...
That's why. I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes! Even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother!
What a horrible thing for Maya to learn. Oh my god. No wonder she just wants to say, like, fuck all of this, like, curry and stuff. I don't care. You know, who wants to be in that kind of life? That night. The night of the crime. There was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? So now that explains why Missy would have channeled Dahlia. That totally explains that, right? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight?
Well,
If you like, you can come into my room. Perhaps you can read some books together.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Fey had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself.
As Master of Kurian, Misty Fey's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fey wouldn't be able to.
Ah! Ah!
What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fey. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot! Anyway. That's all I'm going to admit to, trite.
Huh?
There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background, I've had to read that in my own voice. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey. And I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. I feel like we should save again. Gone through quite a bit.
No, Nick! Please don't!
Maya!
I heard the whole thing. From my sister. In the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too.
Maya! I know that!
Nick.
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Fey, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, I need to use the restroom really quick. I need to blow my nose, to be honest. It's weird how doing these voices for some reason clogs my nose after a while. I must be like doing some nasal stuff or something. So yeah, I'll be right back, guys. So just take a second. But yeah, don't go away. We're gonna get to do all of this, so don't worry about that. See you in a sec.
Monday, eastward.
John's got ulterior motives. Maybe John is interested in something else. What do you think, huh?
Tuesday, a short hike.
It's good. You got me. Power. I'm lost. I'm a terrible liar. I am a woman. What is...
Wednesday, stranger of paradise.
Guys. Going for it? No, not everyone's grudge, damn it. See? I should have gone for it.
Thursday, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Mr. Nick, that voice.
Oh my god! It's Pearls! Yay! She's okay, guys. Pearls is okay. We can relax.
Friday, Cyberpunk 2077.
Damn, dude, that's my ride, dog. Damn, dog. No.
Monday, eastward.
John's got ulterior motives. Maybe John is interested in something else. All right, we're back. We're back. My freaking nose. I don't know if I got it all, but I got some of it. I guess that's all that really matters, huh? All right, here we go. It's the weirdest thing that my nose clogs while I'm talking. All right. All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Time of the murder.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was spattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though. She struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Ha! Things break, right? Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me.
Well then, Mr. Wright. Proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Now, here we go. This is the final cross-examination of the trilogy. Unless they're hiding another one in there. Which maybe they are, I guess. The time of the murder.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them.
Lights shining in the dark? Don't you think... Oh, wait. I don't think you could make a mistake about that.
Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure that they were Godot's masks either.
I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but...
Game always says, think again. Yes, it does. 100%. That's why I knew I was going late tonight. Like, I just knew it. Gotta press it harder, dude. We always press harder. That's one of my rules. But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember. After all, there was a person I couldn't identify in front of me.
Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of a scene perfectly.
All right then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights?
I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was spattered with blood.
That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood?
I think so. Probably. Just at that moment. I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was the killer's. So that's when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right?
Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation.
Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that?
She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her.
Oh, I just figured out. Okay, I just figured something out. But either way, we gotta keep going. I think I just figured out what the evidence is gonna be here. Is it struck back? How do you know that?
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. But I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have in one life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark.
They went out?
Yes. Suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean?
If the red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of the fight.
Maybe the mask was damaged.
Or maybe it was knocked off.
Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right. Or maybe those little red, Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. They're LEDs, right?
What could have really happened then?
I feel like it being knocked off makes the most sense.
Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream.
What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
It's because Godot got stabbed.
Whoa, what?
And with the proof that Godot got stabbed is going to be the blood on that dagger. Because that was the dagger that Elise Dunim had in her hands. And she would have tried to stab him after he stabbed her, right? Or whatever, right?
So then, the scream came from the killer.
That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me.
It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder.
There's a contradiction. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Nice one, dude. Judge is throwing shade on himself there, dude. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out the scream? Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Ah! Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with the sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out the scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite.
There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here.
If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? The dagger from earlier, dog? Take that! Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right! I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood of the dagger could have been from the victim. No, it's not. We already analyzed it. Have you forgotten that the blood was already tested? Ugh. Since we learned it was not from the victim's, since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. This reminds me of when we took down Von Karma. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Order in the court.
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test.
Huh. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought the dagger here to the courtroom. Yes. What does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be! In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. Well, the thing is, Godot, you can't see blood, my dude. So, did anybody tell you blood was on it? What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right then, witness. Continue your testimony.
Well, wait a minute.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Maya!
This dagger. You said it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with a dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Well, wouldn't he wear a different pair of clothes today? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes. That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple,
Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them.
That's true, and he didn't have any bloody stuff then. That is true.
He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Okay, you got Phoenix there. Ah! Order in the court. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess?
Another cross-examine? Maybe, you know, you might be right. They may have had another one. It's never over, right? Think again. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. Hey, that would work if Godot said that. The whole murderer taking his clothes off for it, like, that would have worked. Godot could have explained something away with that, but for us, oh no. No, that's impossible, okay.
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid.
Ah!
Huh. So that's all you got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already.
If Mia Fey were here.
So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not?
Huh. If Mia Fey were here, did Mia do it somehow? But that doesn't, I don't know how I can make sense out of that at all.
Now about it, Mr. Wright. You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one... Damn it. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer.
I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. Ha! That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for an ultimate penalty?
Sure, why not? I'm just gonna look it up, Godot, so I mean, joke's on you. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot?
Because it doesn't matter to me.
I've got one piece of evidence I need.
Give me a break. You've got nothing to write.
So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
Like we always say.
All right then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. Go ahead and say... The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But we decided it's impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should be some bloodstain on his clothing.
There's one place. His eye? One place the killer could have hidden his wound. Behind his mask, maybe.
What did you say?
Hidden?
This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound.
It's the end of the line, the final stop, right? Let's hear what you've got. Where's the location where you say the killer hid his wound?
Well, and I'm supposed to use evidence to do that? I'm thinking it's behind his mask, right? He would have hidden his wound? I don't know how I'm supposed to prove that with evidence. I'm a little confused by that. Alright, I just gotta look up a clue, dude. Fuck it. Alright, let's see here. Oh, okay. Okay. Weird. Alright. That's not really a piece of evidence, though, but... I mean, I was right. But I didn't know how to show it, and I just show it by just showing Godot's Kiddo's profile. I guess. That's weird. When they say it's like a piece of evidence or whatever, or then he says, where's the location? I don't know. It's just the way it's worded makes it really difficult, I feel like, to make it like easy to know, I guess? I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird. That's all. I was right. It's behind the mask. That's why the lights went out for a second, right? Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right? Oh, Mia was there for a second.
What was that just now? Mia? It can't be! You're living on through him?
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Oh, look at that. Fuck yeah! It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right. Your mask went flying off of your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Yeah, remove the mask, Armando. No, don't cry, Maya. Oh, and Godot's back to his confident look. Gets another coffee. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. How is the case? Are you done with your stream already, Papa? Dude, I'm still going, dude. We're right at the end. We just like nailed down that Godot was the one who actually stabbed Misty, and that he had a stab wound on his face that's being hidden by the mask. Maybe. Well, man, dude, I knew this was gonna be a late one. Fuck, it's very late. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find in my heart to forgive was me. I suffered sorting mail and my boomerang is locked behind 950 rupees. Oh man, that sucks, dude. So you gotta like farm for rupees? Is that what it is? Yourself? It was the one that I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on. So I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya! Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be?
Us? I mean, come on, Maya. Damn.
Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason?
No. Why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye. Or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. True, it could have been Pearl. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I missed what Poppet said. Yep, Beetle charging out the ass for it. Oh, that son of a bitch. But yeah, isn't that crazy? It is a crazy thing for him to realize. I think that's like a really heavy thing to think about. Like, it could have been Pearl, it could have been Maya, it could have been anybody. The only thing is he knew that he had to kill Dahlia, no matter whose body she was in, you know? Because that's all his goal was, right? I think this is a pretty cool way to end this and stuff. All Godot's confessions is pretty awesome. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando! I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Holy crap. Blood coming out of his face. Thanks.
Your wound! It's bleeding!
Huh. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Ah, nice. I like that he was the one that said that. That's cool. That's a cool come around, right? I think you already know this, but if you didn't, Bikini did it! Nice one, Isidore. Didn't know you're still hanging around, bud. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant.
Yes, Your Honor?
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. Alright, 1 second, I gotta close my window. Somebody's smoking outside. I'm not gonna fucking let that come in my part. Sorry, guys, 1 second, I gotta do this. can't fucking stand the smell of cigarettes. Fucking hate them. Not that they don't have the right to smoke out there, but fuck, do I wish it didn't come in here. Sorry, anyways. Back to the game. Tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very clearly. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there's one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright.
Huh?
I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago. Of course.
Why is she apologizing? Whoa, what?
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you. You hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister. You only met twice.
Huh? We only met twice? So she was a part of that?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine.
But every time in between, it was Iris or something?
And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way! It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months.
This is explaining something she said at the beginning of the case. Iris is his lover, apparently, man. Maybe we can run away together, Iris.
The woman you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia.
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
You mean?
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
Wow. Wow.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you that bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister. From the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get that bottle pendant back from me in her place?
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for that day. It was the first time that had ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Huh? Noticed what?
My feelings for you.
Oh, ooh, ooh, huh? Iris and Phoenix, huh? Sitting in a tree.
If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine.
Iris!
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you, too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Oh, she's gonna cry!
Thank you.
That was a touching moment. Nice. So there was something real there. Nice, Feeny. Oh, now it says Armando, hell yeah. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you, though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Nice. Oh yeah, Phoenix has his own coffee. Fuck yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, at least who knew. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty.
Boom! We finally got it. I kind of want to call coffee cups of darkness now. Oh, me too, Isadora. I thought that sounds like a really cool thing for like a character. Like he already kind of had that, but if you leaned more into the cups of darkness, like if you had some sort of like fantasy character, maybe he was like a demon or something, but he always drinks cups of darkness or something. I think that'd be kind of cool. You know what I mean? Like it's basically like his coffee, but it's actually just like shadow or something, like cups of actual darkness. That'd be kind of cool. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I'm here to meet with you again. That's what the lyrics are, I don't remember. That's a good song, though. Court is now adjourned. Oh, man, wait till coffee and Deadly Premonition. Oh, do they do that? Do they do a lot of stuff with coffee and Deadly Premonition? Were you going to play that? Papa, do you have plans to play Deadly Premonition? I didn't miss you playing it, did I? I feel like I would have seen you play it. I thought you said you had plans to play it. Maybe you're going to play it this spooky month or something. Because I would like to watch you play through that. The detective is very particular about his coffee. Oh, really? Nice. October. Okay, in October. Okay, I thought it might have been spooky month. Long way off. Gotcha. Yeah, no problem there. February 10th, 4:51 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1.
So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand.
Of course justice is served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia! Your accomplice, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to do. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia. I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix.
I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
Nick. Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? Oh. That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But... Come on! Cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick.
Maya, how? How could you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered.
Youch! Francesca! Still as softy as always, Phoenix, right? Nick's at work, right?
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that.
Edward and Francesca have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
If these two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow. But where were you, Nick?
I heard you fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. That's kind of funny.
Oh, ouch! Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too. Francesca?
I don't suppose... Who's that? Oh, that's Larry. There's room for me in this group hug, is there?
Oh, Larry!
What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once.
That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? No, well, yes, indeed. Oh, I missed what you guys are saying. On my FO, I should cosplay. Oh, you should, dude. Pearl/Mia still makes me uncomfortable. Oh, yeah, I totally get you. I get you. And thank you for the good job, Yun. I appreciate that. I mean, his doodle gave the true evidence. It did. It did. I feel like maybe we're going to have to give that to Larry at the last, like, piece of evidence to prove something to him. You know what I mean? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzy? Did I draw you well, too? Wah! My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Glare. Oh, yeah. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it? Like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book for Franzy's Whippity Whip time? Don't get carried away. Franzy's Whippity something. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls.
Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly!
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that's happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Okay, guys, I've been trying to hold it, but I need to go to the restroom again. We're so close to the end, but I feel like it's still gonna be like another 30 minutes or something. I mean, hopefully not, but I mean, it might be. So let me go to the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back. Damn it, it's like the worst time. All right, one sec, guys. Don't go away. We're gonna get to the end of this shit.
Monday, eastward.
John's got ulterior motives. Maybe John is interested in something else. What do you think, huh?
Tuesday, a short hike.
It's good. You got me. Power. I'm lost. I'm a terrible liar. I am a woman. What is...
Wednesday, stranger of paradise.
Guys. Going for it? No, not everyone's grudge, damn it. See? I shouldn't have gone for it.
Thursday, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Mr. Nick, that voice.
Oh my god! It's Pearls! Yay! She's okay, guys. Pearls is okay. We can relax.
Friday, Cyberpunk 2077.
Damn, dude, that's my ride, dog. Damn, dog. No.
Monday, eastward.
John's got ulterior motives. Maybe John is interested in something else. What do you think, huh?
Tuesday, a short hike.
It's good. You got me. Power. I'm lost. I'm a terrible liar. I am a woman. What is...
Wednesday, stranger of paradise.
Guys. Going for it? No, not everyone's grudge, damn it. See? I shouldn't have gone for it.
Thursday, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Mr. Nick, that voice.
Oh my god! It's Pearls! Yay! She's okay, guys. Pearls is okay. We can relax.
Friday, Cyberpunk 2077.
Damn, dude, that's my ride, dog. Damn, dog. No.
Monday, eastward.
John's got ulterior motives. Maybe John is interested in something else. What do you think, huh?
Tuesday, a short hike.
It's good. You got me. Power. I'm lost. I'm a terrible liar. I am a woman. What is...
Wednesday, stranger of paradise.
Guys. Going for it? No, not everyone's grudge, damn it. See? I shouldn't have gone for it.
Thursday, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Mr. Nick, that voice.
Oh my god! It's Pearls! Yay! She's okay, guys. Pearls is okay. We can relax.
Friday, Cyberpunk 2077.
Damn, dude, that's my ride, dog. Damn, dog. No.
Monday, Eastward.
John's got ulterior motives. Maybe John is interested in something else. What do you think, huh?
Tuesday, A Short Hike.
It's good. You got me. Power. I'm lost. I'm a terrible liar. I am a woman. What?
Wednesday, Stranger of Paradise.
Guys. Going for it? No, not everyone's grudge, damn it. See? I should have gone for it.
Thursday, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Mr. Nick, that voice.
Oh my god! It's Pearls! Yay! She's okay, guys. Pearls is okay. We can relax.
Friday, Cyberpunk 2077.
Damn, dude, that's my ride, dog. Damn, dog. No.
Monday, Eastward.
John's got ulterior motives. Maybe John is interested in something else. What do you think, huh?
Tuesday, A Short Hike.
It's good. You got me. Power. I'm lost. I'm a terrible liar. I am a woman. What?
Wednesday, Stranger of Paradise.
Guys. Going for it? No, not everyone's grudge, damn it. See? I should have gone for it.
Thursday, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Mr. Nick, that voice.
Oh my god! It's Pearls! Yay! She's okay, guys. Pearls is okay. We can relax.
Friday, Cyberpunk 2077.
Damn, dude, that's my ride, dog. Damn, dog. No.
Monday, Eastward.
John's got ulterior motives. Maybe John is interested in something else. What do you think, huh?
Tuesday, A Short Hike.
It's good. You got me. Power. I'm lost. I'm a terrible liar. I am a woman. What is...
Wednesday, Stranger of Paradise.
Guys. Going for it? No, not everyone's grudge, damn it. See, I should have gone for it.
Thursday, Phoenix
Okay, guys,
Wright
I'm back.
Ace Attorney.
Sorry about the wait.
Mr. Nick, that voice.
You're good. I'm
Oh
just
my
over here
God!
trying to get a prismic
It's
slime to spawn. Well, good luck with that, Isidore. Should be back. There we are. Okay, cool. Whew. Sorry about that, guys. I really had to go. It was coming. All right, here we go. Back to the game. To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Francesca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well.
I think I can understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying to her best not to cry. Oh, because Pearl's probably, I guess?
Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya.
Edgeworth. I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! And then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? I assume Pearls, but we'll look it up. Yep, that was right.
For pearls!
Welcome back. Thank you very much, Papa. I appreciate you, dude. Pearl Fey. The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. And I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. Oh, god damn, you're gonna make me cry. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable.
And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearls' sake. Until she can see her smile again.
Oh, hey! So this is where you all were. Well, looks like we've got quite a... Youch! What was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teensy-weensy bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah!
Is that très bien? Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean...
Très bien. Where else?
I knew it. We're doomed.
Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby. You're invited too.
Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes.
You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for Pearls.
Uh-oh. Oh, Maya. What's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh?
I'll bet she went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. And no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
Well, I guess I'll have to go check it out. Well, I mean, she was just here as Mia, so I'm sure she didn't get all the way back to Korean Village already. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of that was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe,
Yeah, what is it, pal?
could you guys go on ahead?
But what about you?
Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick!
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, but you were the...
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't.
But there's...
No.
But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Is it my office? I don't know. No, back to Hazakura Temple? February 10th. Hazakura Temple, main gate.
Hazakura Temple.
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon.
Sister Bikini.
I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here? Pearlie's here?
She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Oh, okay.
Oh, did she go to clean off this? You think that's what she did? She cleaned the gravy off? Yeah, it's not on there anymore.
Pearlie's not here.
Ah! Maya! The hanging scroll!
Ah! Someone cleaned it off.
It's gotta be pearls.
Nah! Mystic Maya! But Pearlie! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya!
Aw, don't cry, Pearls. I don't like it when you cry. Be happy.
I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother.
That's why you came here?
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya.
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Misty.
Sister Bikini.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night.
After dishonoring the good name of Kurian, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die.
Aw. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Huh.
Huh?
There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die?
That's the Master's talisman.
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. There's a picture of me and Maya or something.
That's... a photo? Ah! Mother.
Oh god, it's gonna be a real touching photo, isn't it?
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question.
Oh my god. That is so cute. They weren't even the first... Pearls wasn't even the first one to break it. Maya broke Amy's jar first, and then Mia helped her put it back together. Oh my god, that is so cute. I don't even know what to do. It's so cute. You know what I mean? Oh my god, seeing young Mia like that is so adorable. And a little crying Maya. Oh my gosh. That's awesome.
Even when the battle is over, and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them.
Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting.
Ah!
This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't.
No, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay. All right. I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise.
I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for you three for when you come back.
Whoa! All right, we're going to have the greatest feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but...
What is it, Nick?
Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us.
Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? Special care? What?
It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right?
What the fuck?
We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing.
Sure. Of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing. Oh man, I love that. I just want to say one little thing. Objection! That's funny. Why did my chat refresh? That's weird.
Master the Korean of the office manager of Wright & Co. offices, and I have to be good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. We went through with a special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation.
God, come on, Pearls, you're torturing them. Hey, it's that new coat.
Maggie bought me a brand new coat. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you just seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old coat is more than...
Oh, shit, I can't read everything she's saying.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly.
I hate when I have to read at super fast paces. Oh, look at that. It's Miss Adrian Andrews.
Mr. Wright, thanks to you, the Treasures of Korean exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen in almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned.
No, please don't, Adrian.
Desi and I started a company called Mas de Mas Incorporated, or whatever. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all of... Our motto is, cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to criminals as a kind of business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
I mean, honestly, do they expect people to read half of these? They're so fast. They can be a little slower. It's okay.
I wanted to show my appreciation to you, Mr. Wright, for exterminating Don Tigre. So I lent him $500,000. A special thick tea, one I mixed with my own hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise.
I mean, we gotta get Mr. Armstrong, right? You know, it's the old man.
I'm just an old and in the way, a wrinkly, grumpy clown.
Damn, I could say that.
At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Ellick. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata.
Like Automata?
As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align.
Yeah, because it's Automata, like automation kind of thing. I got it. Adam Mata. It's a better name than Glenn Ellick. Sorry, Glenn.
My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Whoa! You've turned into such a respectful man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come by and visit me every day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
I forgot about that. Pearl's got a mad slaps Phoenix. Phoenix Wright, Ben Gorman Judd did the objection for Phoenix. And then it was Sion King was Ezrith. Objection. Mia. Christina Catano. Yo, the hair flip. Oh, you know she means business. We got Godot. James C. Wilson. And what about Francesca Von Karma? There she is. Janet Sue? Oh yeah, then Payne. I forgot about Payne. David Crislip. Oh, this is Larry's and Old Bag's work area.
What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one is here to greet me.
I guess I'll... Oh, no. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy... Something. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like I'm some sort of space shuttle. And now that... What I'm going to do with all this...
She's just talking too much, dude. I give it. Painted every tutorial, yeah. Yeah, he's always a tutorial guy. But there was that one when he wasn't in the tutorial. There's been a couple times when he showed up outside of it, but he's always a tutorial guy. Because he's too easy. I love his little fucking little pompadour thing, though, from the flashback. I finally found something I love to do. Franzie's Whippity Whip Trip. I'm going to turn the art world upside down. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. And I'm not a loser after all. Nah, Larry, you're still a loser. You're just a loser that's an artist. Oh, look at that. Nice. All my favorites. Aw, nice. Look at all them. That's cool. Mia does look a lot like her mom. And there we go. Achievement. Bridge to the turnabout, and a lawyer only cries once it's all over. Nice, because I've done it all, I guess. So now I can cry, guys. I can cry because it's all over. There it is. Oh my gosh, we've gotten through the entire trilogy. Man, what an epic trilogy, man. I can't wait to continue on to Edgeworth Investigations. So that'll be cool. And it only took us 7 hours to get through the final part of the fucking game. I knew it was going to take a long time. I gotta say, I underestimated it, though. I didn't think it was going to take 7 hours. So, yeah, there's that. Anyways, you know what's up next. The ending screen. Let me exit out of the game really quick. It's quite loud. There we go. Okay. So now it's time for me to get something to eat, because first of all, I gotta say I'm fucking hungry as fuck now, dude. I need to go eat something. Damn. But I'm glad that we finished it, like I said we would. That was good. So yeah, thanks to everybody for hanging out. Yeah, 7 hours. Woo indeed, Yuna. Woo indeed. We can try to see if we got any friends that are on. Let me see. Back to Twitch. Let's see who's on. Hey, Papa's still with us. Hell yeah. Thanks everybody for sticking with me. It looks like a lot of people stuck with me tonight, so thank you very much. I really appreciate that, guys. Let's see who we got here. Oh, Blue Cromwell's playing Zero Escape. Nice. That's what I want to do after Phoenix Wright, was the Zero Escape series. So we're not gonna be raiding into her because spoilers. Let's see. The only other person I got on is the Drooler, so let's go right into the Drooler. They are playing Monster Hunter Stories 2: Wings of Ruin. I'm not familiar with that game. It's a Monster Hunter game, though, so I can make some assumptions about it, I suppose. Who did it? Godot. Godot did it, Isidore. If you're asking, like, a serious question. Oh, shit, there was a hiccup all of a sudden. Whew, that really came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, a hiccup right in the middle of that laugh. Take a little swig here. Never got the ending of the game. You have to start over now. You never got the ending of the game. You have to. What are you talking about? I don't know what that means, Isidore. I think you're just being a goof. The answer is bikini. Oh, you're saying I didn't get to the ending because the true answer is bikini. So there must be more. I see what you're saying. Okay, I get the joke now. That took me a second. I was like, what do you mean? I didn't get to the end of the game. Yeah, I did. We just watched the credits, bro. That's funny. That shows you how literal I take everything. Right, anyways, we're going to be raiding the Drooler, but I will let you guys know. We do got Friday coming tomorrow, and there's actually, I'm going to be doing sort of 2 streams tomorrow. During Aaron's stream, or Panda Alvy's stream tomorrow, he streams just before I do. I'll be joining him on his stream to play some Chaos Chambers and Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. So if you guys want to come hang out over on Panda Alvy's channel, you can come hang out with me and Aaron. It'll be pretty cool. So I hope you guys enjoyed. He's actually going to be pulling my webcam in and everything if we can make sure that we get it to work in time. He's been having some computer issues, so maybe it'll just be my voice, but we're going to try to get my camera in there as well. So yeah, if you guys want to come around, I really encourage you to do so. Here, I'll go ahead and do the SB command. You should check out all the SP members, but if you want to check me out hanging out with Aaron tomorrow, it's that last one there that says Panda Alvi at the bottom here on the screen. So if you want to go follow him, then you should get the notification when he goes live tomorrow, and then you can hang out with us playing some Wonderlands. And then after Aaron's stream, I will probably take a break, get something to eat, and then we'll go into Cyberpunk for the rest of the night, and that'll be on my channel, like normal. So that's what we got going on tomorrow. And then Saturday, I'll be streaming. I'm not sure when I'm going to start. I'm just going to start whenever it makes sense to me because it's my birthday. But I will have my birthday stream going. So you guys, feel free to come by and hang out for that. I will be showing off some of the gifts that I got myself this year. If you guys want to see that stuff, I hopefully will be getting a couple of gifts that I'll get to open on stream. Hopefully, if they get here in time. There's a couple people who sent me some stuff, so that's exciting. And I'll have a donation goal if you guys want to chip in for to help me pay off my really big gift to myself this year. But obviously you don't have to. Just you coming by is enough. You don't have to do any donations or anything like that. I just would like you guys to come by and have a good time. It'll just be available in case you guys want to. But yeah, and then we'll be swinging around to Monday. We'll be continuing along with Eastward. So there you go. That's the next couple of days. Nothing on Sunday. Is it a 3090? No, it is not a 3090. No. I'm going to wait till the 40 series. I have a 2080. And do they even have 3090s? I thought they always went up to 80. Either way, it's not a 30 series card. I have a 2080, and that's going to hold me over until the 4080 comes out. That's my plan. No, what I bought myself was a chair. I bought a very nice ergonomic office chair that replaces my DX Racer, and it's so fucking nice, man. But yeah, I'll show it more of it off on Saturday. And yeah, that's really all I got to talk about, right? Because we haven't got... keep thinking about movies possibly for movie nights, for a future movie night, if you guys have any suggestions. They do have 90s here. Well, I get it's a 30 series, is it? Or they have a 90s model, right? If you want to be technical, it's the 30 series. Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't think they had that in the 20 series, did they? I don't think they had a 2090. I always try to get the highest one. Usually they go to like the 1080 series. It was the 10 series had the 1080 and the 1080 Ti, but they never made a 90 as far as I knew. Yeah, that one. Yeah, we know what we're talking about. I'm just giving you a hard time. But yeah, guys, I gotta go off here. I'm gonna go get something to eat and head to bed. And yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. But we're gonna be raiding into Drooler in case you guys want to still hang out. So maybe they come out with the 90s after the initial series, because I've honestly never heard of a 90. Just never in my life have I ever heard of a 90. Never mind, they didn't. Oh well, maybe you should look it up before you before you say that. Never mind, they didn't, but then you have a 2090. So they didn't what? Isidore, you got me all screwed up. I'm not listening to you anymore. We'll see you tomorrow, bud. The Drooler. There we go. Let me make sure I spelled their name right. I did. Cool. It's exactly as it sounds. I'm used to looking a fool. It's all good, dude. They did have a 900 series like 10 years ago. Yeah, there was a 900 series. That's true. I used to have the 900 series. Yeah. I had a 960, I think, back then. All right, you guys have a good night. We're gonna be raiding into the Drooler, starting the raid right now. I put the raid message out there in case you guys want to copy that. I'm gonna copy it myself. There we go. I appreciate you guys jumping in on that raid. All right, let me preload their stream really quick. All right, cool. All right, guys, starting up that raid. So until I see you guys next time, stay happy, stay healthy. I love you all, and we'll see you tomorrow for some, hopefully, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, and then after that, Cyberpunk 2077. All right, so you guys have a good night, and let's go hang out with Drooler. Bye-bye. Sweet dreams. I hope you guys have a wonderful day tomorrow, or today, technically, for me, because it's past midnight. Later.